There's nothing more important than the look and feel of your home. So now's the time to make your home your retreat. Replace your tired old windows and doors with Marvin replacement products designed to improve comfort and efficiency. Fisher Window and Door Store, a reputable local company, will guide you through the entire replacement process. Their experts will help you make the right choice for your home, and they'll measure, design, and install your new windows and doors.
Hi, I'm Jim Fisher. Since 1941, the Fisher family has provided you with quality American-made building products, including Marvin Windows and Doors. Come visit one of our showrooms in Brentwood or East Alton, and let us help you increase the value of your home.
Bring that distinct sense of quality to every room with Marvin. Visit Fisher Window and Doors' huge, newly remodeled showroom in Brentwood or Fisher Lumber in East Alton, Illinois. Quality and comfort starts at Fisher Window and Door. Online at fisherwindow.com.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875 fixed. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. Lock in this incredible 4.875 rate and get your cash in as little as 14 days. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Get the best quality Dutch Boy paints for your painting project at Menards. Max Bond Plus exterior paint and primer is designed to stand strong against weather extremes. It provides max adhesion, hide, and performance while repelling rain in just 90 minutes after application. And with Dutch Boy's high-performing paints that last, transforming your home has never been easier. Save big money on Dutch Boy paints and head into Menards to get your paint project started today.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, this is Jay Delsing, and I have free golf balls to give away. I have this special limited time offer for all of you golfers. Go to the Underdog app and sign up. Use promo code JAY24 and then send me your username at j@jdelsinggolf.com and I'll send you a dozen tailor-made golf balls for free. I only have about 50 dozen or so you have to act fast. That's JAY24 and send me your email at j@jdelsinggolf.com.
I don't know about you, but I keep a list of all the loves of my life. There was the limited time $2.99 special edition gold snack wrap. Then a refreshingly cool any size $2.29 McCafe iced coffee. And then crispy and golden small fries. And after that, a classic cheeseburger. But the one that got away, a baked apple pie. Wait, all my faves all on the under $3 McValue menu? Mickey D's, here I come. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett back from another vacation, kind of getting a little irritating. I hope that doesn't come off wrong.
It's been difficult.
Thank you.
Some of us take these jobs very seriously. We get here very early. We prepare,
pray.
for a couple hours before. And others...
The training, the prayers, and the vitamins.
And others go on vacation on a somewhat regular basis. I don't know.
You think it's a lack of commitment?
Yes.
That's what's getting you?
It feels that way.
Yeah. Hey,
we have a process here, son, and you need to follow the process.
Right.
Trust the process.
Right. And believe in what we've got cooking over here. And that's where I need to be better. Mm-hmm. That's good to be back.
Welcome back from Chicago. Are you going there again this weekend?
No, the only place I'm going to is Columbia, Missouri.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Whoa. Are you going there with Private Citizen Pete or oatmeal?
My buddy Mark.
What?
Yeah, I know. Pretty boring, but yeah.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies sponsor the 9 o'clock hour.
I wish, man. What a wonderful gentleman. But no, this is my long time friend, Mark, who lives up in Columbia. And so we're going to probably go.
You spending the night with him?
Yeah. Well, it's a night game. No point in driving back at, 10:30.
Especially when you can get some VIP bottle service at my house.
Ooh, yeah.
Wear your galoshes.
Yeah, rain check. Yeah, right.
You can talk about your VIP bottle service at my house by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Talk it over with friends who have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat already on a Monday morning right here at 7:02 in the greater St. Louis area. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And, Doug, there are already 102 people sitting in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat just waiting for us. Like
really?
Jake and St. Genevieve, Martin's Wildcat Agenda. I really enjoy that name, and I don't know. I guess because it references. I guess because it references so many different moronic things that go on the program, that everybody on the show has an agenda, that Gabe is anti-Wildcat, and that of all people, Martin was the one who was pro-Wildcat. So tip of the cap to Martin's Wildcat Agenda, the Rogue Onion, and of course, Doug's Hole Inspector. They're all in there, and they're all waiting to get to the Sadie Hawkins of all Sadie Hawkins.
Oh.
Doug, what is the lead today?
I guess it'd be Mizzou.
Martin, do you agree with that?
Cardinals got another huge win to stay 4 out in the wild card race.
The lead might be the Mets being so bad that Fetty and Palante have cost the Cardinals a chance to just be mediocre enough to get in.
The Cardinals got nicked by Fetty themselves on Saturday. I'll be damned.
Arnado's back.
Eric Fetty shut him down.
He hasn't yet.
Tonight, we get the over, Doug. We get the over on the half at bat. That's all we need is a half at bat.
It's a terrible beat. It's a terrible beat.
He's back, baby.
Man, I've lost these bets on Arenado that were, Doug, they're the equivalent of poker one-outers. I got my money in so good, and I'm going to lose them both.
Well, if you would have taken the common sense bets on a lot of what the Cardinals would do this year, you would have lost, I think, because many of the moves we figured were logical haven't really been made as far as moving veteran players and bringing up their top minor league guys, and nothing has made a whole lot of sense about the way this whole season has gone.
John Mozeliak in studio a week from Wednesday.
We're going to ask him about the org, the state of the org, and why it's in a good place.
Yeah, Cardinals and Reds tonight. Two teams just battling. Markets captivated by it. The Reds a game and a half up on the Cardinals. The Reds 2.5 back of the Mets. And we're going to have ourselves a Jim Dandy to the stretch run here with 12 games left.
Really? I think the lead's Mizzou. You got some excitement building, and now South Carolina, the quarterback is injured. All of a sudden, the games that maybe looked tough are not as tough, and maybe the games that looked easy, Doug, are not as easy.
Vanderbilt.
Looking better. Auburn, Oklahoma.
What games would you say that look tough are not as tough?
I'm thinking South Carolina at this moment.
Although Jackson's guy Shane Beamer says LaNorris is playing.
Has he said that?
Yeah, last night.
All right.
They still got stomped by Vanderbilt, even though he didn't play the whole game. But
well, I mean, imagine Missouri without Bo Prabula.
We'd have we got the next man up mentality around here. And Zollers would come in and he'd be just fine.
I would call it my fear factor, and even though Alabama is still Bama, probably in August, I feared that game a little more than I do now. I think you got a chance, Mizzou, at home. They're more beatable than I would have said in August. But it's still Bama.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure on that. I'm still not sure. I'm trying, Doug. I put together a big board on college football.
Oh, did you?
And I'm just not sure who is what just yet. And I think we will have a better idea on both of our local teams following this weekend. But if South Carolina doesn't have LaNorris Sellers, and if South Carolina is going out there, Doug, with a gentleman by the name of, and a guy who's been there since COVID, by the way. Did you anybody get a chance to? I actually watched the game.
He's a sixth-year senior.
That's correct. He's on the Jalen Daniels plan. His name is Luke Doty.
No relation to Doty's tent.
That's correct.
No.
That's not the South Carolina test that we anticipated. So, with that said, that one certainly looks a hell of a lot different than it did 48 hours ago. Also, should be noted that had South Carolina beaten Vanderbilt, game day was going to be in Columbia, Missouri. Fun facts for no and tell. However, because South Carolina was not only beaten, but stomped by Diego Pavia. And Doug, you're part of the Pavia Mafia?
I am not.
Game day is going to Hard Rock Stadium, 30, 45 minutes away from campus, Coral Gables, for the 1 and 2 Florida Gators traveling to the Miami Hurricanes instead of Columbia, Missouri.
I think you still could have picked Columbia just for the excitement on the Mizzou side of it, because the matchup, if it's based on matchup, Florida being down kind of takes away from that one. Maybe Indiana for Illinois, Indiana, both 3-0.
So my questions on this, it's kind of like I asked the question last week, what is the criteria when a person votes in the AP poll? And my question is it what they've done so far this season? Is it whether they're expected to finish? Nobody really knew the answer, and I'm not sure how to answer it myself. So for game day, if you're going by what the best matchup is, I would tell you it's one of two, Illinois, Indiana, or Auburn, Oklahoma. And I know this is super random, but I really enjoy my college football. Utah, Texas Tech. Missouri, South Carolina isn't it without LaNorris Sellers. And either way, even with LaNorris Sellers, that's a team that kind of had some issues with a really bad Virginia Tech team, so much so that they fired their coach yesterday, and then got stopped. And then if you have, Doug, what do you call him? Doty's tent starting? Instead of a guy who's a Heisman Trophy candidate? It's just not the same. Furthermore, even though I'm a large Missouri fan, I recognize Missouri and South Carolina are not the brands that, other Miami, Florida, for example, would be, even though Florida has 2 losses and Miami's not on campus. And so you're traveling, for a night game, you're going to have to be there super early in the morning. And I don't know, I can't imagine that scene is going to be really impressive at Hard Rock Stadium, but maybe I'll be wrong. And it's also Miami playing a 1 and 2 Florida team as opposed to playing, I don't know who could get people excited at this point that would be on their schedule, but either way.
Well, that's where I think fan fervor has to come into it. If the matchups don't jump out at you, and I wonder, like Oklahoma, if they're going to wait for Oklahoma, Texas, if they have a loose.
Well, they already were there. They were there last week for Michigan.
Well, there you go. So the fan fervor to me has to be a little bit of a factor. Like Miami, Florida, Mizzou, right. South Carolina is a game, but Como would come out for that.
It would, but they have to look through the lens of they can combine the fervor with the best game, and Missouri, South Carolina just didn't it.
What about
South
Indiana,
Carolina,
Illinois? Do you think they were there
last year? So I think they also factor that in. And then I also think they probably favor the SEC, who they're in business with, just like Fox is now in business with the Big Ten.
Well, I'm sure they can convince 500 or so people to come out there and stand behind the set and wave some placards and billboards.
That'll look incredible.
Yeah,
here's what you do, Mizzou. You just keep winning. You keep winning, and they can't ignore you.
Absolutely.
That A&M game when they're both undefeated.
Oh,
top
Bill.
5 matchup.
Yeah, I was in a tough spot as a family Notre Dame fan on Saturday night, kind of going, I think it's probably better for the Fighting Tigers if A&M wins that game.
Oof. Yeah. Jimmy, it's time for you to leave the house.
I said that to my dad yesterday. He goes, how about that Notre Dame game, buddy? And I got to be honest with you, not a bad thing.
Notre Dame's 0-2 and still ranked. And I think that's fair. I think they're clear.
Then it goes back to what do you rank people based on?
Yeah.
Because is Notre Dame one of the top 25 teams in the country? In my opinion, the answer is yes. But then if you go based on record, then you would go no. But obviously, you get the going back and forth on it because they're like 3 seconds away from being 2-0 with wins at Miami and wins at home against Texas A&M. So as far as being competitive, you would say they're right there.
Well, I vote, I don't know, depends on, I have a process. I'm not really going to get into my process when I vote, so don't ask me about the vote, Tim.
I think most of them vote because they're their ego enjoys being a member of the voting class, and they simply look at last week's ratings, and based on who won or lost on Saturday, they move a team up a little or down a little, and then they move on to the next thing. Now, what's for dinner?
That's how the process works.
Probably.
That's the process?
For most of them, probably.
You can call in with your process on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in and be a friend of the Feather, or just text in 314-399-9646. Will Mizzou fans' inferiority complex be suddenly solved if game day shows up? Why is this such an obsession? And Bazooka Tooth 75 is not happy on a Monday morning, Doug.
Okay, all right. It doesn't bother me much either if they're there or they're not there.
It's not really a pressing issue, is it, Doug?
No, not for me. I know some people get a huge kick out of it.
So are you Bazooka Tooth 75?
I am not. I'm not Bazooka Tooth.
It'd be kind of fun if you were. I was over there just sniping the show from the dais.
I had some, I guess, bazooka teeth when I was younger. Big buck teeth, yeah. Is that what a bazooka tooth is?
Jackson?
Let's find out.
I could have bitten through a tree branch. I had such buck teeth.
Wow.
Bazooka. Maybe it comes from bazooka bubblegum, like you get in the trading cards?
Bazooka Joe.
Could be.
Rock hard.
Could be.
It had a little
That's right.
comic strip in there.
Yeah.
You're supposed to read. You're just too busy gnawing that gum.
It's also a studio album by American hip-hop artist Aesop Rock, not to be confused with A$AP Rocky.
Okay. Because I was confused there for a moment.
For sure.
I could tell you.
Understand.
Meanwhile, ILL is on the road at Bloomington, Doug, and they'll be getting 5 points against the Hoosiers after an impressive win over Western Michigan.
Well, all these other teams can play and fight and beat their chests and tell us how good they are, but they don't have Bo Heisman. And when you got Bo Heisman, you got a chance to run the table, fellas.
Nice.
And that's kind of what I'll be disappointed in anything else.
If he doesn't win the Heisman Trophy?
If he doesn't win the
that's
Heisman.
Where we are?
Yeah. And if Mizzou doesn't run the table, I'll be very disappointed. I'm going to be disappointed in any defeat now. As I look at the schedule, I think they're capable. I think, and maybe I'm way out over my skis, I think they're capable of beating any team on their schedule. Yeah. I don't see any matchup there right now. Well, that's a definite loss.
Okay, you got currently five ranked opponents coming up. A&M's number 10. Oklahoma is 11th ranked. Alabama 14. Vandy 20. Auburn 22. So that's,
it is.
On
It's
paper,
scheduled.
it's
Three
really
of those
rough.
are road games.
Mm-hmm.
You
It's
just
rough
had
there in the middle.
Arkansas go to Oxford, and they were in that thing until the very end on Saturday night. So that is also there. I don't know if you included Mississippi State, Martin.
I've got them at 29th currently.
Okay. They beat
but they're better than we thought.
Kenny D, albeit that game's going to be in Columbia. I'll say this, as far as, and I don't know how many people watched all of that game on Saturday, with the time adjustment, how hot it was for people who were actually in attendance. I don't recall too many times against a team that, keep in mind, if I'm not mistaken, Louisiana, they played in the Sun Belt Conference Championship game, and they have won 10 games for their last 6 years. It's where Billy Napier came from. For Missouri, Central Arkansas is a different program than Louisiana. And I want to make this clear. I recognize what the situation is. But the ease with which Missouri was able to move the ball, the ease with which they were able to stop their offense, and the diversity that they have with the ability to beat you offensively with what's really, I think, emerging as a hell of a story is Matt Hardy in the backfield. But it's a two-headed monster back there. And then your options at wide receiver, more and more from Kevin Coleman and Bo Pribula. Overall, it's not something that is real commonplace. That looked like what we used to see back in the day when Oklahomas and Nebraskas would do that to Missouri. That was a different kind of deal. And I want to make it clear. I recognize, number one, Louisiana was without a starting quarterback. And number two, it's Louisiana. But that was a different level. And the other side of it would be, you list those games. I agree with you, Martin, that I look at the schedule and I go, yeah, there isn't a team. For example, in 2023, great team, you had a trip to Georgia lurking. This year, at the moment, you don't go, okay, there's this one game where it's going to be impossible. But the other element is, inevitably, they're not going to just be able to score touchdowns whenever they want. And they've got a real situation with kicker. I just can't.
It's impossible to ignore.
It's so significant that it's and it's important. I want to keep hammering this. It's really impressive what they've done, albeit against, Central Arkansas and Louisiana and then Kansas, who I think might be pretty good. So it isn't like they've done this against, I don't even know if they're really going to get tested this Saturday. They might. South Carolina's probably going to have a, fire under its ass after that debacle at home. But if they don't have LaNorris Sellers, there's only so much you can do. Just like if Missouri didn't have Bo Prabula and they're trotting out a true freshman and Matt Zollers, there's only so much they can do. With that established, inevitably, at some point, I would think, whether it be this Saturday, whether it be against Alabama, whether it be at Auburn, whether it be against Vanderbilt and Nashville, Oklahoma and Norman, at home against A&M, at home against Mississippi State, at Fayetteville, at some point, you're going to need a guy to kick a field goal. And they got him out there for one, and it was a 41-yarder. It missed by a whole hell of a lot, and maybe even more concerning is it barely got to the uprights.
Yeah, it's a huge concern.
They got a real, and it's such an effing shame because otherwise you look at it and you go, God, I don't know if there's if there's something that's a glaring weakness. Now, if Bo Prabula gets hurt, forget about it.
Yeah, it's over.
At least I would think, but. It's like this one thing that isn't going to really come into play when you're playing the teams that they've played so far. But at some point, there's some depth to the schedule, even if there isn't I don't know who, you would say, because I think LSU's number 3, but I don't know if I'm sure LSU is as great as LSU might have seemed after they beat Clemson and Clemson to start the season. That could actually wind up beating them, and I can't help but make that observation, as unfortunate as it may be.
Yeah, it's and especially because you saw Blake Craig before he got hurt in that first game against Central Arkansas, just hammering 50-yarders like it was nothing. Like you'd be like, oh man, it was really exciting. Flip that, and you saw it happen in the Tennessee-Georgia game, like the value of a kicker.
Yeah.
They nailed that field goal. Tennessee has probably the best win in college football this year. Instead, they lose in overtime.
Mm-hmm. And you hate to see it.
It sucks. Well,
Jackson,
I don't hate
Jackson, I put that on a tee for you.
Oh, I don't hate to see it at all. There was not.
Correct.
Saturday went great for me.
Tim, that was irony.
Oh, wow, what happened?
Well, everyone that I dislike lost.
Oh.
And everyone I like won.
Thought there was some tent action going on.
No tent action.
How about this? Take a guess, Jackson.
Yeah.
As to the spread for Missouri, South Carolina.
I already saw it, unfortunately. So
Doug, take a guess.
Oh.
Jackson has recused himself.
I'll say Mizzou will be favored by about 3.5.
Martin, you want to fire a...
I have to ask first. I've not seen Sellers. You said Beamer said Sellers is playing.
He says optimistic.
Okay.
I read he's optimistic on
because I
personally,
I'm
if
guessing
this were
he won't
poker
play.
hand, I would be calling.
I would say
and I'll take a look at the turn.
So when you're saying who's favorite, if Sellers is not playing, which is my guess, Beamer saying he's optimistic to me doesn't mean much. Mizzou 5-point favorites as we sit here today.
Per our friends at FanDuel, sponsor of the Spread Zone, which once again is on a heater, Missouri minus 12.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
For the record, it kicked off with Rock Chalk Jayhawk in the 5 range.
I believe there was a book that put out an early line on the game at like 7, and people bet it up so fast that
if I was not emotionally involved, I'd double the bankroll with Missouri, Louisiana over on Saturday. I would be in the middle on that number if I weren't emotionally involved.
Right.
Because I'm emotionally involved, I don't get involved in that. But at that number,
right.
12.5, you're going, boy, I don't know. Yeah. I just have to. It's important to note when a team loses like that at home in a game that they were expected to win, albeit relative. I think if you've been playing Kansas college football, you go, Vanderbilt's pretty damn good, but they're Vanderbilt. So you sit there and you go, it can't be real. That's a different operation. Their expectations there are at another level. It's a group of guys who've been playing together for a while. They're not just like, oh, hope we can go to a bowl. They got a different mindset there now. But either way, South Carolina, to lose like that at home and lose LaNorris Sellers. Dylan Thomas, there was a thought that he was going to be suspended. Now they're saying that he won't be suspended for an unsportsmanlike penalty. And what, Hardy got hurt as well, right?
Yeah.
So they got all kinds of situations going there. 12.5 point spread for the game, as it's currently listed on FanDuel.
Yeah.
Over underdog 46.5.
Okay. Well, Mizzou, you got to love their offense. I mean, the backs, those guys run hard and they run fast.
Ahmad Hardy, the way he breaks tackles, there's a run in that third quarter he had where he dragged 3 guys with him, then a second burst and dragged another 2 with him. He's unbelievable.
He looks like an NFL player.
He's a sophomore. He's 19 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you can put up points, that can, erase a lot of mistakes you make along the way. So as long as they can continue to score and be a threat to score every time they have possession, I think they're a threat to beat anyone on their schedule. Not that they're going to, or I think they will, but I think they can play with anybody on their schedule.
And so I think the schedule has more depth, but I'm also not sure if there is 2019 LSU is kind of my standard in recent history. I do think 2023 Georgia may have been the best team in the country. I realize they didn't go to the playoff because they lost in the SEC championship to Alabama. But that was one of those games where you look at and go, okay, they're probably, they can win it, but God, they're going to win it, one time out of 10. There isn't one of those out there. At the same time, there is South Carolina if they have LaNorris Sellers. Of course, the name Connor Shaw probably makes some Missouri fans shudder from the backup quarterback school, and Alabama, and at Auburn, and at Vanderbilt, and at Oklahoma, and at home against A&M, and at home against Mississippi State, and at Arkansas. So there are a bunch in there that, of course, they could absolutely lose. So it's a weird spot. And if they are tight games, and you got a guy, when you get inside, the 25-yard line, and you can't get a first down, and it's 4th and 6, and you're going, God, what do we do? If we had our normal kicker, we're kicking the field goal every time, but in this spot, they're going to have to think twice about it, at least as it stands right now. Maybe he will get comfortable, but I was talking to somebody who was watching him kick field goals before the Kansas game, and it was scary. It kind of looked like, are you aware of that? I don't know.
I saw a little video of his warm-up kicks.
Again, this was against Kansas,
yeah.
And it was like, it's a non-starter. Then he was better this past week against Louisiana before the game. Then they were able to get him out there, and then he, not only missed it badly, but then it barely got there, and it was from 41 yards. So that's like this thing that's in the back of my mind. Oh, God, you can have so many things going for you, except an injury from a kicker against Central Arkansas could be the debacle.
Well, it's time we stole someone else's kicker or held tryouts for students. On that big campus, there has to be at least 100 kids who played high school soccer who can kick a ball a long ways. Get one of them in pads and let them start kicking. Nice.
Drink's not happy the game isn't sold out. Saturday night's game, he was saying post-game, let's sell this baby out. Let's go.
A friend of mine went to the game, and he said it was more than 50% of the fans left at halftime this last Saturday.
It was hotter than a fire's a hell, and it was a 30-point game.
Uh-huh. It was like, yesterday, we tied the record for the hottest day of the whole summer.
It was really hot.
And Saturday was almost as hot.
I wouldn't blame anybody for leaving Saturday.
No,
now, why South Carolina when all these other games are selling out? You would think on the schedule, that's
my understanding
SEC.
is it's like a handful of tickets. It's not like a.
So is Drink just using that to fire people up? Like another reason to get mad? Like a reporter. We need a reporter to pick South Carolina.
Oh, we've got plenty of reporters who took the high hard one on Saturday.
The college football. I think the lead. I go back. What was it? 26 minutes ago, Tim. I apologize. The answer. The lead is that college football coaches never disappoint in the postgame.
They really don't. Great. And there's a wide variety of them who delivered. We'll have that for you coming up on the program. Gabe DeArmond will be with us on the program. Coming up, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Chris Kerber with the traditional 101 ESPN 8:15 Blues segment, and Brad Thompson with us at 9:30, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, where you can send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. If the air conditioning goes out, and even though we're on September 15th, you wouldn't think that would be that big of a deal right now. Well, with the weather as hot as it's been, it is. Go to DesignAirService.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client, and we recommend Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. Support the sponsors. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. They fix it. No upselling. That's the way that it works at Design Air Heating and Cooling. The program's TMA. It's presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Tonight, it's a Monday Night Football doubleheader on ESPN. Game 1, Texans and Buccaneers. Game 2, Raiders and Chargers. Coverage starts at 5. Your destination for the NFL in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
I hope they didn't show this Cardinals Saturday night game on the news.
Well, I wasn't working Saturday at Channel 4.
Or
mostly
5.
because I haven't for like 4 years now. But I think they probably showed a few highlights. I have noticed on local news sometimes the Cardinals aren't the lead, and sometimes it gets buried rather low in the show. And I guess that's an indication of the interest level now of where Cardinal baseball has fallen.
Well, this weekend you got Blues camp going on, Mizzou, Illinois. Let's say Saturday night. Cardinals are at home against the Brewers.
I think that's right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sounds right. I think it'd be about 4th on your list there.
Probably.
Maybe less. Yeah.
But it used to be, with only rare exceptions, the Cardinals were the lead almost every time they played a game. Not so much anymore.
Yeah.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. Chairman Kurt's fielding phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. You can call in. You can text in 314-399-9646. And then, of course, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Libby Jackie DiCaprio is talking to John Scores, who's talking to Darth 007. And Doug's Hole Inspector. So they're all in there. And it's fun. Doug, it's fun to have the people gather around. Michael wants to talk it over here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You love phone calls on a Monday morning. Yeah, load them up. I agree, Martin. Good morning, Michael. You're on with Doug Vaughn on 101 ESPN.
Hello, Michael.
Hey, Doug. My name's Vaughn, too.
Oh, fabulous. Maybe we're related.
I was wondering if someone could explain this to me. One of my friends thought it had something to do with substitutions, and it probably does. But I don't understand it. I've seen it before, and then it happened in the Viking game last night, where the referee is standing with his arm straight out between the center and McCarthy, the quarterback, not letting him get under center or start the high. And he stands there and he stands there and he stands there, and then he moves away, and less than 2 seconds later they call delay of game. So how does that happen? And it just doesn't seem right.
Defensive substitution thing. If the offense makes a sub, then the defense has an opportunity to do the same, and they can't hike the ball until the defense gets an ample opportunity to substitute their own players.
I want to say this is just 1 second. I want to say there's a preemptive strike. This is a random call. It will receive invitations probably from the Poplar Street Bridge or Clorox. But I observed this weekend. It might have been the Georgia-Tennessee game, but it feels like it would have gotten more attention if it was in the Georgia-Tennessee game. I mean, I watched college football from noon until the end of the A&M Notre Dame game, so I watched like an hour and a half of Missouri State. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I texted Jackson.
We'll talk about that.
Oh, did it cost you $3?
No.
Come over here and get a taste.
No, it was just
this
fun.
effing guy.
No, it was funny. It was the way that the bet was constructed was funny, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah. But it's they asked they have those Mike Pereira guys, and they go, what is the rule on this? Because they're noticing offenses getting delay of games while defenses run out there and kind of take their time on the substitutions. And
exactly.
And it's becoming a strategy, I think. And the answer to whomever they went to, and it wasn't Mike Pereira, I can't recall who it was. He goes, well, it's subjective if the defense takes too long. Well, subjective, of course, then opens it up to the thing that was going on a year ago was defenses, when they were getting gassed, the guy would lay down and act like he's injured. The newest thing here in 2025 to keep an eye on that you are bringing up a good point on is defenses taking their time with substitutions, and then the offense is getting a delay of game. I've watched this for the last couple of years, and I've wondered about it, and now I notice that defenses, I think, are using it strategically, and it's even going on at the NFL level. They need to spell out the rule. I really don't know how they can counter it. It's kind of like a quarterback intentionally underthrowing a receiver to get defensive pass interference, but it is something that is starting to percolate as being an issue in football.
Right. Well, thanks a lot. I just wanted to say, I was telling him, my last name's Vaughn, too, and I used to live in O'Fallon and driven across that Poplar Street Bridge and love the Redbirds, but I'm down here in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, God bless.
Where I'm from now.
What's the buzz on LaNorris Sellers while we got you on the line?
Yeah, the inside word on LaNorris.
Gosh, I'm a Gamecock fan and a Viking fan. I didn't think anyone could play worse than the Gamecocks the other night, but I stand corrected. I'm not sure about his foot. I think it's like a turf toe. Seems to be going around.
The LaNorris Sellers injury's a turf toe?
I'm not sure. Did someone land on the back of his ankle?
That was Joe Burrow, maybe.
I believe he's in concussion protocol.
He got hit in the head, but Mike Vaughn.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes, he is in concussion protocol. I don't know how he's coming on that.
All right, fair enough. Mike Vaughn, Doug.
That's Mike Vaughn from Charleston, South Carolina. This show's huge in Los Angeles, and now it's huge in the Palmetto State. Thank you, Mike.
I think so.
There you have it.
Did anybody have a caller from Charleston, South Carolina, about the NFL substitution rule on their bingo card this morning?
Who is a fan of not only the Gamecocks, but the Minnesota Vikings.
And the Poplar Street Bridge.
In 2025, most people keep their loyalties on one side or the other of the Mason-Dixon line. It's an amazing phenomenon. So it's wonderful to have Mike Vaughn, who loves a team from the South and a team from the North. But his observation is, has anybody else noticed this? I mean, again, you noticed it,
I have noticed it.
Yeah.
I wonder if perhaps they're trying to tell offenses, stop making such late changes.
Well, yeah, for sure. That's why offenses are immediately, if they're going to sub, they're doing it as soon as the play clock starts so that they can't just but then defensively, it's smart, loaf out there, especially your big guys, your big uglies.
But you can't help but talk about loaf, whether it be meatloaf or in this case, using it as a verb.
I love the term loafing around.
What about lollygagging?
Oh, yeah, I was told I was a lollygagger.
Oh, were you a lollygagger?
Yeah,
I thought you were always yelling at the officials.
No, that was later in life.
Poor Jackson, I sent to the TMA group chat on Saturday. I don't even know why, honestly. I was on such a heater with my wagering. And I know the only person who's going to bet it is Jackson. I mean, Martin's not betting and Doug's not betting.
And if I did, I probably wouldn't get in on a Missouri State game.
Well, it was just like the odds were so good, and I was watching. I'm going, this is the biggest day in Missouri State football. That's what they were calling it on the broadcast. I wasn't sure what was going on with SMU anyway. They had just lost, I think, in overtime, a game they shouldn't have lost the week before against Baylor. And they were so checked out. It was kind of funny. It wasn't a case of officials like helping Missouri State. It's just SMU had zero interest in being there. And I know we have some Missouri State alums. I'm sure some of the people listening right now were at that game, certainly watching it. And so it's a big deal for Missouri State to host a team that was in the college football playoff last year. And they were dominating, and it was borderline funny how disinterested SMU was. And I go, I don't know what to say. Missouri State, who I think was plus like 2,000 on the money line to win the game beforehand, was dominating the game. And I have no idea what happened. Rhett Lashley, the head coach of SMU, must have made some threats. But then SMU goes, okay, that'll wrap her on up. And I don't know if Missouri State got close to scoring again after the first quarter. And so poor Jackson, he received a text. It was supposed to be a Bud Fox Gordon Gecko. Hey, I got some inside word here. I'm probably the only guy who didn't go to Missouri State watching this thing, but Missouri State is dominating a team that was playing. Where'd they play? Happy Valley last year, I think.
Yeah, on the road. Yeah, in the playoff,
in the college football playoff, and they're gonna have the biggest moment in Missouri State football history.
Yeah, and I wanted to be a part of that moment.
And you can get some significant plus odds.
Yeah, Tim sent the bet.
I feel terribly.
No, trust me. I was looking for action. I was at this golf tournament, and safe to say, I'd been drinking. And I was.
Yeah, your response was a little more enthusiastic than normal.
I was loose. A
couple more drinks. Martin, it was a daiquiri. It was daiquiri member guest day.
I wasn't having daiquiris.
Rum runner.
No. There was no boat drinks. It was all light beer, baby. And I was safe to say I was a little loose. And Tim sent that text, and I was like, sure, Missouri State Live Line.
You better believe it.
I was in a state where, legal state. And so, I was,
oh, yeah, that's nice. They don't have the guy over there doing the video poker thing?
I felt like I was like Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong if they got like a full NASA treatment now. I was like, oh, if the world is at my feet right now, I'm gonna bet on Missouri State to beat SMU. And you know what? Happy to have the sweat.
Doug, your Missouri State Bears led 10-0.
They did, and they were dumb. It was, like I said, it was kind of funny to watch a team clearly not interested in being there. That 9 months earlier, they were playing in front of 100,000 people at Happy Valley. 9 months later, they're playing at Missouri State Stadium, the program, and in its early stages of being in the FBS. Certainly a different level. Sometimes you wonder about motivation. If you watched any of it, it was clear SMU was lacking it. And then they go, okay, we're going to wrap this up.
They scored the next 28 points.
That's correct. And that was how it was wrapped up. But poor Jackson.
Nah, it was
on the receiving. I wasn't drinking. Yeah. I was just sitting there with a 3-year-old watching college football.
God, that's sad.
That is, though. That's the spectrum, though. That's the spectrum, is sitting there with the 3-year-old. Would it be sadder
if I were drinking with the 3-year-old by myself?
I think if you're watching Missouri State and watching your 3-year-old, you should be drinking.
100%. That's what. Yeah, it was a very fun day of college football Saturday. So
I might have bet, but I was so hopped up on crack I couldn't get a bet in.
Wow. Clip that off. By the way, Jackson, the drops of the week were in play. There was some question whether we had them or didn't have them.
Were they really short?
And then
they were.
My bad.
So you kind of got blasted.
That was V1. That was my rough draft.
Okay,
V1.
I don't know what that means.
Version.
But you were taking shrapnel.
For sure.
For not doing it.
I know, my mom was texting me.
Okay, well, then we retracted all of the insults and said, we feel terrible. He did actually do the work. He wasn't checked out. I kind of intimated that you were just checked out mentally.
No doubt.
And the Frog Daddy was in the parking lot honking, and you just bailed on the drops. And then we found out we had him, and we felt terrible. And then we played him, and I said, I retract the retraction.
Yeah. Well, I always keep you on your toes, don't I?
It felt like you just kind of said, I got to go.
It's a real roller coaster. Yeah, couldn't be sorrier. Yeah, that was
couldn't be sorrier. Tim.
As I was driving up yesterday or Thursday, I was like, I forgot to add more to drops of the week. I was like, that'll be fun. So, and I forgot to tell KG where they were. So
yeah, they were in a secret file, Doug. A secret file.
Was it what they call parking lot show? Might have been a situation for me where I had one foot out the door. Couldn't be sorrier.
Mike Bush called the New Orleans press box. This is 1998. Matt Weiner and I might have been out the night before in New Orleans because both teams were dog crap, the Saints and Rams. And I think we got to the game just in time for the game. And at halftime in the press box, it says, because this is before cell phones, it said, phone call from Matt Weiner. Phone call. He gets a phone call. He gets paged in the press box. And I said, what was that? He goes, it was Mike Bush. He said, I pick up the phone. He goes, are we on vacation down there?
Oh, no way.
Because I guess he hadn't checked in. We were both playing a little hurt. So I wanted to call Jackie Papers on Friday and say, are we on vacation?
And the answer would have been yes.
Where are the drops, son?
I'm at the daiquiri member guest.
Yeah.
Poor Jackson, after he, Frog Daddy, Oatmeal, Huey, Dewey, and Louie all got loaded up on Tom Collins while striking out with the cart girl. He went back to an all-male tent/male brothel only to lose money on the Missouri State Bears. That's from Carlos Spicy Winner.
It was a profitable day Saturday.
Was it?
To sleep in the tent, though.
The night window. It ran well.
What'd you get on the night window?
A&M live line. No, A&M money line before the game.
What was that paying? Couldn't have been paying that much.
No, it was pretty much even money. LSU.
Really? I thought that was like
I might have taken that
7.5 point number.
I had been drinking a lot that day.
A lot of Tom Collins.
I definitely got on LSU -5 early. And didn't I was gonna take South Carolina and alternate spread to like 10. I thought they were gonna whoop them. They did not, so I didn't touch that game.
I wouldn't
luckily.
touch that game.
Yeah,
I felt like the Colonel scolded me when I talked about liking Vanderbilt's chances on Saturday. I'm gonna have to yell at the Colonel.
I couldn't believe South Carolina was just getting dismantled by Vanderbilt. But maybe Vanderbilt is.
Well, did you see?
No,
it?
they're.
Okay.
I was at a bar.
LaNorris Sellers,
right, for sure.
And he's got the turf toe, according to our
reporter.
Our reporter on site.
No, it was. But then, like, there was so much good ball on that night window. coming on the heels of Georgia, Tennessee. It was just a great time to be a college football fan.
You don't have to apologize for enjoying a Tom Collins.
I'm not positive what that is. Is that gin beverage?
Gin and lemonade for the most part.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty outstanding.
Club soda in
Hey,
there.
Jackson, it sounds effed up in a YouTube feed. Fix it.
Is that
It's
right?
in the 636.
All right. We'll see what they can do.
By profitable, Fidel Papers means he engaged with over 2.5 of his buddies. That's from the Warren County Wizard. You were not in a tent. Gareth was, co-host of Movie Boy.
Unfortunately, nobody was in a tent because that would have been pretty funny if they were. So no tent action. But nor did I get lucky with any of my friends. So,
Oh, God.
I just say, it clearly needs to be said.
Clip that off for the drops that may or may not happen on Friday.
In fact, even though the drops might have been short, they were there. They were there.
Yeah, well, there was something.
I want you to say that they were there.
I can tell Martin's biting his tongue. He knows this alliance is wobbly.
They were there.
Okay, thank you.
Doug, one of the highlights of the South Carolina Vanderbilt game was Cole. Do you pronounce it Kubelic or Kubelic? Either way, I love that guy, and I think he is one of the best college football analysts out there. He is part of the broadcast team with a friend of the program, Martin, Tom Hart. And Jordan Rogers, Doug, friend of The Bachelor, your program, and he's on the sidelines, and he knows the game, and that's nice to have. It's an old school thing, and he was standing next to Theo Vaughn, podcast superstar, and this is the exchange that went on the ESPN broadcast of South Carolina Vanderbilt with Cole and Theo.
There was a shot of Cole standing right next to Theo, and I was going to say two of the great podcasters in America. Yep. Yeah, there they are.
Together, getting millions of views every week.
Yes. I don't even want to know what he told me about Diego Pavia's mom either. Like I just,
what?
That's not that. No, it's not like that. It's not that at all.
Well, let's hear it. Tell us.
The way that I understand this story is that, maybe just give me a nod if this is okay. Diego Pavia wins this game. He promised you he would set you up with a date with his mom.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
He's a nurse, and I've always wanted to. My goal is I would like to marry a nurse one day, so that's why I think smart. He was thinking about that, but I don't even know if I would do it. I don't know. I like being his friend. I don't want to end up being like his stepdad or something.
That would be weird. I got it.
That is weird. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And we have run out of time.
Better wrap it up.
We'll have
Tom Hart landed the plane, Martin. So Theo Vaughn was promised by Diego Pavia that if Vanderbilt won Saturday night, that he would set him up with his mother. And, of course, the Commodores did, Doug. So I guess that means Theo Vaughn will be going out with Diego Pavia's mom.
And she's a nurse?
Yes.
And that's why he found her so attractive?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Well, it could save on some medical bills, I suppose.
Sure. Just a little backdoor take here.
Tom Collins really are the best.
No.
Backdoor take.
Vanderbilt, kind of a sneaky, nice uniform. I kind of like them.
Jackson's uniform opinions. I like these.
I like the V. I like the logo they got. I think it's simple. I think it works.
Doug says that's what Missouri should look like because it's black and gold.
Yeah, but they don't wear like gold pants ever, or I don't see them wearing gold pants.
Is it required that if you have a V, it has to be black and gold, like the Idaho Vandals, the Vegas Golden Knights? They're all black and gold. Yeah, black and gold.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't think of the correlation there.
Think about it.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, guys, I'm listening on the radio. Please describe Jackson's outfit today. That's from the Beer Cat Fan Club Vice President.
I'll do that for you. Shorts, khaki. Got a T-shirt, black T-shirt on with a kind of a lightweight hoodie, and then a ball cap, Cardinal cap.
Yes.
Okay.
The listeners want a vivid description of you.
Why would he want that description?
Need John Rooney in here. The piping on the left side of the pant. He always does a great uniform description.
Yeah. I don't know why the person wanted it, but I
you want a cardinal cap, but it's the white and black version.
Yeah, it's kind of like the khaki and black. It's kind of my staple.
Okay. Well, it's nice to get that settled.
Well, the listeners want to know what this Papers looks like fresh off his trip to Chicago. Back-to-back weekends, and then this weekend he's going to Columbia.
Yep, going to go to Columbia. And
for how many nights?
I'll probably ride up Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Are you taking a tent again?
No, I've I'll be able to sleep indoors. I've only slept indoors. We're going on about like 20 years consecutively sleeping indoors.
Oh,
which is a big
that's a
W.
nice run.
Big W for me.
What happened when you were 7?
I probably went on a camping trip.
Okay.
Probably went on a camping trip.
Yeah.
Wow. Tim, do we have an update on what kids are going or not going?
Boy, that's a great question, Martin. In a surprise move, my in-laws, who are loyal listeners of the program, texted my wife yesterday and said, hey, if you guys want to go to the game on Saturday and, not have to take the boys, we'd be happy to watch one or both of them. So I think at this point, the 3-year-old will be staying in St. Louis, even though he loves to run around the house yelling, "Fight Tiger."
Nice.
He's going to have a Tiger board account before you know it.
For his 5th birthday.
He's going to be a nationalist.
Tiger nationalist. One of those Mizzou podcasts that get Jackson upset.
Yeah.
And then my 8-year-old Martin has a birthday party with one of his close friends, and that's at 4 o'clock on Saturday. That's Brody's party, Doug. I don't know if you were invited. I'm not trying to dunk
I haven't
on
checked
you.
the mail.
What bounce house or trampoline facility is it at?
That's a good question. And so I asked him last night, right before we were going to bed, I said, hey, you want to go to the Missouri game or you want to go to Brody's party? And he goes, they're at the same time? And I said, they're at the same time. He goes, I don't know. I'm going to have to get back to you. I said, I respect that. Let's think it over. Let's not make a decision when we're emotional. Just like Jackson shouldn't be betting on Missouri State when he's been drinking Tom Collins and he gets a text from his coworker.
Yeah, I'd do it again, though.
God bless him.
I want to ride. What happens if they would have won that game and I wasn't on board? I'd be much more upset about than the loss.
But they didn't, and you lost your money.
That's fine.
That's fine to lose your money?
It's called gambling.
I was about to say Papers is in a real chill mode today. Then Doug almost got him there. I said, you're very chill today.
I am chill.
Normally they rattle you a little bit.
Oh, I'm not rattled. I refuse.
Okay.
All right.
So is your son still in the meeting with his team mode?
He is meeting with his advisors, and he will.
He's learning early.
My guess is he will stay in St. Louis.
He's learning early.
Probably.
You often have to battle with these weddings, birthday parties, this, that, or the other, versus Missouri Tiger football.
Yeah. It's hard to explain to your best friend that you're missing his birthday party at that age.
Well, it's time for him to learn, too.
Oh.
This fall birthday isn't going to work.
Okay.
Not a true son if you pick the party over the game.
Start celebrating that half birthday, you won't have this problem.
You want me to contact Brody and his parents and say, hey, might be best for Brody to start celebrating his half birthday to avoid conflicts with Missouri football.
Brody's just the tip of the iceberg. Fall weddings, fall birthdays.
This guy's a fresh off fall weddings.
Brody's a real problem.
It's celebrate the half birthday. Move the wedding to May.
Move the birthday party to Sunday.
Right. Or this is what's going to be happening. You're putting people through a lot of hell.
If you need it.
People through hell.
A lot of people are suffering.
Yes. This is an epidemic.
If the 8-year-old can't make it, you send Vitaly in his stead, and he'll represent that 8-year-old vibe for your son.
That's correct.
That's a cottage industry. Stand-ins, children's stand-ins.
Have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal, unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help that, whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something is off. Mentality can help. I've gone out there. I have been tested, easy, in and out within 20 minutes, and I recommend it to our audience. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and check out the ability to go out there and get your testosterone and free testosterone tested at Mentality. That's mentalityhealth.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt is answering calls at 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber is with us for his scheduled 8:15 Monday Blues segment. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and Brad Thompson at 9:30 for his scheduled segment, as the Cardinals are just 4 back with 12 to play. And Doug, the Reds coming to town, and it is playoff baseball essentially in mid-September.
You can feel it around here. It's all people are talking about.
Nice.
no one's buying tickets, but they sure are pumped up about this series.
Nice, I like it. And then you got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. There's your Stiefel dossier on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals and Reds this evening with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. Those are their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, boy.
Oh, Doug.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Well, in the song he says we're going to come to your town, but one of the keys so far is that they haven't had to go to anybody else's town.
No.
Well, they won't have to until they go to the Plains more than a month from now to take on War Damn Eagle. And, of course, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners were all over South Alabama. Major Applewhite and those 25.5 points. And that was a nice little cover against War Damn Eagle. But War Damn Eagle is undefeated. They'll be put to the test against Boomer Sooner this coming weekend. Some good games, but not necessarily at the level of what college football set up for my birthday on September 27th. And that was kind of fun.
Well, this is your birthday month.
Yeah, it's my birthday in 12 days.
Okay. Now you sound like an AP voter. Is that
Don't
the
worry
voice?
about my process. It's my birthday in 12 days. You're welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt, we do have somebody named John on. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
Doug John wants to talk it over with you here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Good morning, John.
Hello, John.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call. So I am taking my kids to the Mizzou game this weekend.
How old are they? Let me try to compare and contrast, John.
So I've got a sophomore at Marquette, and I've got an 8th grader.
Oh, that could be Marquette University or Marquette High School.
No, Marquette High School. Here locally. Yes. So I wanted to hit on one thing. So I met you in college, Tim, actually.
Could get weird.
So I am also having an issue with this kicker situation at Mizzou. I read online that they poached a kicker from another school that was a sophomore that supposedly had a big leg, but everything I've seen right now is that this backup freshman kicker is our only option right now. So does anybody know, can you roster somebody after the season starts that's from another school?
I don't know about the other school thing because I saw with UCLA firing Deshaun Foster yesterday and Virginia Tech firing Brent Pry that actually creates the ability for players to leave, and UCLA somehow hasn't started school yet.
Oh, they might do like a trimester thing.
I'm not sure any of the football players ever start school. And I'm not sure there are any rules anymore about what you can, who can be on your roster and who can't.
So, John, I'm going to ask Gabe about that because this was a thread on Power Mizzou yesterday about this with UCLA in particular. Virginia Tech has started school, and since both have fired, I mean, they're going to be college coaches getting fired left and right. Billy Napier certainly is live.
Deshaun Foster made it 15 games. It is alma mater.
Gone.
He made it 15 games.
A wonderful Big Ten Media Day session, though, that'll live forever in 2024. So, along those lines, I'm curious if, the UCLA kicker is the second coming of Morton Anderson, and maybe he can transfer to Missouri, Doug, maybe get $2-3 million from some boosters.
Sure.
And then that can salvage the inevitable 17-16 loss on a 28-yard missed field goal at Auburn.
Wow, you're a big fan.
Well, actually, I remember a South Carolina game maybe 5 or 6 years ago that we lost on a 5-yard field goal.
Well, that's mathematically impossible, but they did lose the game the night the Cardinals won. Doug, was it Game 3 of the World Series with Alan Craig in the
Middlebrooks?
Yeah. That was their only loss before the SEC championship game, and it was a missed field goal. So that was 2013.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you.
There's John. He wanted to get out, man. I was about to inquire more about meeting Tim back in the Como days, but he wanted out.
There you have it.
Yeah, I don't really know what kind of rules there are anymore. Does anybody really know?
I don't either.
Catch as catch can
It
at
would
this
seem
point.
insane that in a season you could poach another player.
So they got Ryder Goodwin from NEO A&M.
Doug, NEO A&M.
Which is a JUCO, so I think you're allowed to get like JUCO.
Yeah, the jukebox.
Jukebox, JUCO, maybe NAIA players, but I don't think you're allowed to just hot swap FBS players.
Why not?
UCLA, though, is kind of bordering on not being FBS anymore.
I don't know. That check they gave to Nico seemed FBS.
Could you just go to Georgia or LSU, some school like that, and pay their kicker more than he's being paid there and get him to transfer?
I don't know. I don't know the rules. It's pretty lawless, but I assume that they're not allowing guys to just switch teams mid-season. But I don't know.
Special waiver, Mevis comes back.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
That'd be great.
I'm reading an article about this Ryder Goodwin, and apparently he has a soccer background. And in the article, the question is asked, but can Goodwin actually kick with both legs?
He does kick with both legs.
Yeah.
He does kick with both legs.
He's like an ambidextrous.
Here comes the drop.
Yeah.
So if he breaks one ankle, he could still go out there, kick with the other. So is he in Mizzou yet? Is he there at the school?
Yep.
And I'm sure kicking in practice.
He
probably?
actually kicked before the Kansas game. And what's the name of the guy who missed from 41 yards?
Robbie Meyer.
Robbie Meyer. Doug, Robbie Meyer looked like Grammatica. Take your pick of whichever one you want in comparison to the guy who can kick with both legs, per my sources.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
There are.
Yes, and there's
Especially
one in Columbia.
soccer. Yeah.
Does I know Robert Meyer's a true freshman. Does he wear pads?
Doug, does Robert Meyer wear pads?
Well, you'd have to wear some in case you get in
It doesn't look like every time I see him out there, it looks like he's like how at a pep rally the guys will have their jersey on with no pads. That's what he looks like.
Maybe that's why Blake Craig got hurt. Maybe he wasn't wearing pads
he's
either.
trying to tackle a guy from Central Arkansas. Eddie O hadn't played a game yet, you dolts. Just kidding. On the dolts part, speaking of dolts, how about them Colts? Walk-off win last night. I'm trying to find out if the roof was open for scene-setting purposes. That's from Colts beat writer Brian Henson, and he is covering the Super Bowl favorite and future Super Bowl MVP. His name will go on that trophy with Patrick Mahomes as the Doo-Doo Man.
Doug, was your son John mad as a hornet about that Broncos game?
Yeah,
They had won the game, but then one of the defensive linemen on the field goal with time ticking down in Indianapolis, where Brian Henson is working to find out if the roof was open, was called for leveraging, which is usually something that goes on in AM Sports Talk Radio. But in this particular case, it was a defensive lineman using one of the offensive linemen to get up, which I think goes on in every play. But in this case, it was called. So the Colts got to kick again, and then they made it, and the Broncos and John Vaughn were furious.
Yeah, I'm sure. Some Chiefs fans were furious that the Eagles get away with their linemen leaving before the ball is snapped on the tush
And
push.
I got to tell you, the Chiefs have every right to bitch about that.
Yeah, it happened twice.
Brutal. I mean, they're getting like a 0.25 second, and they're going right at the knees with that tush push.
That's what Dean Blandino.
Dean
Blandino was saying. He's like, it's impossible to officiate. Like, how can you try to call anything in that mess of humanity? And exactly like that, starting early,
I thought they
chopping knees.
Didn't they ban the tush
They
push?
thought
No, they tried to, but it didn't get banned.
Okay.
So it was being used 5 times yesterday, Martin, at Arrowhead Stadium.
I guess what you could do is make that a reviewable play. Go back and look, and if you jumped off sides, sorry, it's coming back.
But just with the tush push?
Yeah. Well, or any play, I guess. Any offsides call.
Football games will go 12 hours.
I was going to say football games
College football games will be 2-day affairs.
Well, if it was just with the tush push, I mean, it determined the outcome of the game.
It did.
100%.
It truly did.
They had the opportunity to ban it in the offseason, and they didn't.
Good morning. I'm a Brian Henson lemming. That's from Uncle Wally's Plastic Ear.
Okay. Boy, that was a good ear. You couldn't even tell which one was plastic and which was real after a while.
I'm performing the tush push on Sweet Sweet Kai as we speak. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
It's nice.
Your little phrase that he liked.
It's nice that marriage hasn't dissolved that relationship.
Yeah. It's been tough.
What if Chiefs fans were mad that Kelsey did not talk after the game? And this
is that right?
Kind of makes his living talking, and he had a huge drop. And Mahomes said it was his fault that he threw it too late or too early, whatever it was. He blamed himself. but it said Kelsey did not speak to reporters. That was a huge
That is surprising.
moment.
Oh, that was the game.
And he is known for football and talking. And he didn't talk after that.
That pass hit him. As soon as he turned around, the pass was in his hands. Yeah. He just didn't have time to
it was
a good catch.
Yeah, it was a tough moment, but I think it's the moment of the game. I'm surprised that he didn't talk.
The Chiefs whining about bad calls is comical. That's from Doug's prison wallet, from the master of the custodial arts. Oh, are Chiefs fans complaining about the refs? That's hilarious. That's from the master of custodial arts, Doug.
Well, okay. I know a lot of people think the Chiefs got breaks over the last few years with some of the officiating calls, but they were on the other end of it Sunday.
Mahomes 0-2 for the first time in his career, Doug.
First time he has lost 3 games in his career. 3 games straight in his career going back to the Super Bowl.
He didn't really look like the same guy we've seen the last 4 or 5 years. He missed some wide open receivers, ran for a nice touchdown, but he missed a lot of receivers. And he just didn't look like the same guy.
Who would you rather have, the doo-doo man or Patrick Mahomes?
Be honest.
Yeah.
Mahomes.
Wow.
Yikes. Well, you're doing the Colin Cowherd contrarian thing?
Aggregators.
I feel like he is under pressure immediately. Like when he drops back, I haven't broken down their line. We do that, on Wednesdays, Tim?
Yeah, we get the whole 22
offensive line in the game, but I feel like he's under a lot of pressure almost immediately.
Kelsey didn't talk, and Taylor Swift arrived hiding behind a wall. That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA. I did see that on the TikToks, and I didn't know if it was a real thing.
I'm getting you that divider for your birthday coming up in 13 days.
Oh, where nobody can see me?
Yeah, so
I'm going to have to be very tall.
A portable wall.
There was a black curtain that, again, I don't know if this was real because it seemed so strange.
Agreed.
But yes, that was something that was making its way around, at least what I saw on TikTok.
I missed that.
But I don't know. I want to make this clear. I don't know if this is...
Yeah, who knows exactly, because you cannot see the person or people walking behind the divider, as is the design idea. But I am getting it. It's already been purchased for Tim.
There is a huge price to pay for that level of fame, for what you go through in your life.
For sure.
Thank you for finally showing some empathy.
Yeah, you and Taylor are... I can't think there's anyone else at your level. It's probably Taylor, and you're 1A in terms of fame in the country.
I guess Gottsagen, when he got to the market in the late 90s.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen anything like it since.
No.
We really need a video of Jackson holding up this divider with Tim walking down the halls
like
at
3 feet
Hubbard,
tall.
getting out to his car.
But I have heard the clamorings that Tim is on the Gottsagen-like run.
A Gottsagen-like run.
What's that name?
Remember when Steve Harvey took some heat because he said he wrote some memo to all the coworkers, don't talk to me. But you can imagine that whenever he does something and walks down the hall, 5 different people have a story for him or want their picture or want to introduce you to his friend or something.
He's like, I got 10 shows I'm on today. I got time for this.
Sharon and Clayton says it is real. Swifties confirmed it. Also, tons of speculation. The reason is because she's pregnant. Boy, Sharon and Clayton covers the stories.
Oh, really?
This show is scared to cover.
That's a lot.
And already showing?
That's a lot there.
That pregnant?
That doesn't pass the smell test over here.
We'll ask Gabe about it coming up at 9 o'clock. Chris Kerber is going to be joining us here on the other side of the break. And then at 9:30, Brad Thompson, Stiefel dossier now officially has been shared with the audience. The program is TMA 101 ESPN.
Listen, Classic Air Care is there for you if you need anything done with your heater or your air conditioner at home. And you know what? They're giving you a super tune-up here in the month of September. You can get a super tune-up with both your air conditioner and furnace maintenance for just $149. That's a deal that they have put in there for September. Get on to ClassicAirCare.com and set up your appointment. The maintenance from Classic Air Care's techs, along with changing your filter, is the best way to extend the life of your system. And don't forget about this, too. If you've been thinking about a new air conditioner or a new furnace, 25C tax credits are coming to an end. Customers can earn up to $3,200 in tax credits with the purchase of energy-efficient equipment, but that is ending in December, making this once again the best time to buy. So get online at ClassicAirCare.com or give them a call. Take advantage of their September $149 super tune-up for both your air seat and your furnace. Get that filter change and make sure you extend the life of your system. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store is the sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here on the program on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL app. Download the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. They are presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, Chris Kerber joining us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are things going with you, sir?
They are excellent. We've got the Blues for Kids golf tournament today. So going to be a lot of fun out there with one of the biggest fundraisers of the year for Blues for Kids, which I'll tell you what, it's actually kind of cool how this thing has grown. Started, as you know, amazingly with the 14 Fund, and that part is still part of Blues for Kids with the amount of money donated to cancer research grants and education as well. But the Blues for Kids is donating $1.5 million a year annually now in the community. How cool is that?
That is awesome. And then on Friday, were you there, Curbs? Or they've renamed this in honor of Kelly Chase. And there's a cup, a trophy named after Chaser. It looked like he was a little emotional about that.
Yeah, they didn't rename the tournament. They just named the trophy out for him, which was awesome. The Kelly Chase Community Cup, the winner of the golf tournament, is going to have their name etched onto the onto the trophy. The trophy is actually really kind of quite heavy, but it's got all these pictures of Chaser and all these different community things he's done. And one of the coolest aspects of that whole night on Friday was the couple. He didn't know it. Nobody. Only a handful of people knew that was happening that night. So we kind of had him through questions kind of describe essentially what the cup was all about through his own words and experiences without him knowing. But then Donald Ringling, longtime a friend of Kelly Chase's, who was one of the original members of his Gateway Locomotives special hockey program, was the one that actually carried that the community cup out and gave it to Chaser. So it was a really special night.
Yeah, it was. I saw the video. It looks like Kelly Chase doing okay, up and around. And is he feeling any better?
Dude, guys, I mean, look, you all know him. Yeah, he's doing better. He's battling again, but he is like, it's just mind-boggling. What he's battled and what he's conquered already, then what he continues to battle. I don't frankly think most people survive. His attitude in this fight is just absolutely amazing. And honestly, guys, like he got up on stage and was answering questions. And I'm like, man, like he just has this great way of grabbing an audience, grabbing a crowd. That's why it was so dang good, on these broadcasts for all those years and in front of people, despite battling this cancer, despite at one point weight dropping down as low as 143 bucks or 143 pounds, despite having like just all the issues that have come up and been with it, that, we all know so many people that have dealt with it. He just continues to put the fight forward. In the last 2 years, with help of Blues for Kids, and I mean, they're donating close to $1 million to the V Foundation and Sightman Cancer Center. He bought a Lamborghini. He got this Lamborghini wrapped up. You got go to stlouisblues.com and watch the video, so you'll see pictures of this, of him talking about it, and just go and then coming up in a few months, he's going to sell a limited number of tickets for like $500 a ticket, right? But it's a limited number of tickets, and somebody's going to win this Blues wrapped Lamborghini. I mean, and just continues to raise money, from one cause to the next for this one. And it was really a special day out there on Friday to hear him tell some stories, and then to have that Randy Gersh and his great community team going down that road to create that was a great night. But, yeah, he's doing good, and I think he's going to be out there at the golf tournament today as well. So the good news is we're seeing him around a lot more, too.
And then Kerb's camp officially on the ice, Thursday, and all of that, is it all still open to the public?
All still open to the public, yep.
So show up on Thursday, see this go. What are your top news and notes that you're looking for? Your little reporter's notebook.
Well, I mean, you want to see if one of the young kids, whether it be a Dvorsky or, I don't know, a year at Czech, is it possible Stenberg? They don't have to rush any of the young kids in because of the signings and the depth that this team does have. But that doesn't mean that one of them can't make it. Robert Thomas was drafted by the Blues in 2017 and was playing for the Blues in 18-19. So Robbie Fabry, David Perron, there's plenty of examples of it. So I'm curious to see if any of the young guys actually create enough of a stir that might force a decision by Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen.
You think the Blues enter this season with any significant concern in one area or another?
Any significant concern?
Yeah, do they have a glaring weakness anywhere?
I think I don't think they enter with any significant concern. I actually don't think they enter with any significant weakness. For the most part, I believe that everybody's healthy. I think to me, you look back at last season and, two clear angles, two clear things that if they stay healthy and these things turn and these two angles turn around and everything else were to be the same, they're going to be in tremendously good shape. One is the combined special teams, both power play and penalty kill, right from the start, have to be better. And then secondly is how they finish out games. And, Doug Armstrong was real direct about that topic in his season wrap-up as well. So I don't think there's any weakness, and I don't think there's any real holes either. And that's why I'm excited about some of these young guys, because if they do come in, if something does pop, then you're even better. And, look, when you see these prospects out there this past week and, 5 first-round draft picks in the last 3 years are all on the ice playing together, that's pretty cool to see.
Doug Armstrong always breaks down the division. He'll say, if it all goes well, we might be the 4th best. Colorado's loaded, Dallas is in Winnipeg. Is anybody in the Central taking a step back this offseason? Anybody you think that could maybe come back to the pack a little bit? I wonder if, I don't know if so much coming back to the pack, Martin, as I think a couple of the teams like the Blues are stepping forward, if that makes sense. So in that sense, you're almost pulling them back to the pack or catching up to the pack, I guess might be the way to say it. What I don't think is I really don't think that any team in the division that was ahead of the Blues last year, whether it be Colorado, whether it be Dallas, whether it be Winnipeg, I don't think any of those teams made significant strides to make themselves that much better, right? So I think, look, I still think that this, in my opinion, it has remained, even though some teams have been down, the nastiness still remains one of the most, if not the most competitive division, despite having, yes, some teams on the lower end, like Chicago still battling. But I got to think that Nashville last year was somewhat of an anomaly, as bad as they were. I'd expect them to be better.
You know, Minnesota is going to be coming out of some cap hell real soon here, and they made the playoffs last year. You got to think that Bill Armstrong's got Utah going and going to improve there. We know the Blues have improved. So even if you looked at Utah and Nashville and they think, hey, we've improved at the same amount as the Blues, well, that's just going to make it that much harder on Dallas, Colorado, and Winnipeg. So I think that this division is just going to be absolutely nasty, to be honest with you.
And the home opener division opponent, Minnesota Wild, Thursday, October 9th. Doug, where do you have Minnesota in your power? Have you released your power rankings?
Well, those power rankings.
Yeah, Minnesota, I think if they can stay healthy and get contributions from their old guys and the young guys, I think they'll be okay. Yes,
All right,
Minnesota.
thanks.
Wow. All right. Wow.
Breaking it down. Are you guys doing the preseason? Will the preseason games be on the radio, Herbs? Logistics, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the first game is this Saturday.
Every game is on the radio. Every game is on 101 ESPN, and that first one starts on Saturday.
How about that? Saturday against the Dallas Stars. 6 o'clock. Jackson, that's a 6 o'clock Central start.
6 o'clock start.
Stars, Blues to kick it all off. How about that?
All right. Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays on 101 ESPN, giving us his thoughts as the first game this Saturday here on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber, Joey Vitale, of course, on the call. Kerbs, we appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, Tim, have a great week, fellas.
You too.
Thanks.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. Well, they were not happy with some of the questions they were asked over the weekend, Doug.
Over the weekend.
By them, you mean all of them?
Yeah, that's correct. And we will have the audio of them not being happy. Plus, it got tough for Gabe and his new cohort, Cody, on the voicemails. That's coming up as well. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Housewives of TMA. Come give us a chance, we'll make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Yeah, what a program it's going to be, Doug. The Real Housewives of TMA, executive produced by Aaron Spelling, who also did Falcon Crest.
Huge budget for the show, so it's going to have a lot of runway. We just have to find someone who's willing to go on the program.
The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Jackson, you have assembled all kinds of audio from this past weekend in college and NFL football, and across the board, they just were not happy. But the Colonel's going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Doug, he does a post-game show, and he takes voicemails. We wonder if there's some overlap with the voicemailers and TMA listeners. Let's take a listen. What do we have here, Jackson?
The first one we have is talking about the heat on the field, maybe the heat in the post-game show.
Okay.
All right, let's see if our next voicemail maybe doesn't have the F word in it. We'll find out.
The only thing hotter than the temperature on the field is Ahmad Hardy's Heisman stock.
I was really worried about where that call was going to go, to be quite honest with you.
Honestly, same. After this week on the board, I'm glad it went where it went, but I was a little nervous.
Right, I thought maybe it was going to get uncomfortable on the show for a minute. But yeah, I mean, he's good. We've talked a lot of Ahmad Hardy. Let's just breathe a sigh of relief and go to the next voicemail.
I don't know what I want more. Game day next week or a mustache ride from Cody.
Oh,
baby.
Okay, there you go. That's where I thought it was going. The discomfort was delayed, but it has happened.
This is what he deals with each call.
Well, maybe you should name the show that he's on instead of saying that thing I do.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Martin.
How about the voice on the caller? Not too creepy.
He just wants to have a real nice, real pleasant little post-game show about the only major school playing football in the state and can't do it.
On the podcast back to the beginning.
Hey, Gabe. Big Red here. Calling in from the south end zone. Third quarter's going. And all I like to say is, who the let these little Louisiana boys in my stadium? They must be lost. I mean, I would rather take 11 Helen Kellers in football pads than these young cats. I mean, this is high school ball. And one other thing, the run game, phenomenal. Great wall.
Just can't have just a normal little post-game show.
Big Red.
The run game won't allow it. The run game, phenomenal.
He kind of roamed it there.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
That was Big Red in the south end zone, calling in mid-game.
From the south end zone.
You can hear the jackhammer, some sort of hand drill going.
Speaking to Ahmad Hardy, Doug, I think Missouri might have something there with him.
Gosh, he looks good to me, yeah.
Holy moly.
He runs angry.
They said it in camp that he was hard to tackle, that he's a bowling ball there, Doug.
And with enough speed that when he gets in the open field, he can go break long runs.
Right.
Yeah, he's really
He's going to win Heisman, or is Prebula?
I think Bo Heisman will win it.
Bo Heisman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whoever that quarterback at Texas Tech is, has got like 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns already.
Morton. He's sick. There have been a bunch of quarterback performances from guys who I think are kind of flying under the radar or weren't talked about before the season. And then you look at the quarterbacks who were talked about before the season, and they're looking a little rough here. Yeah. I mean, the Clemson situation was questionable after last week, nearly losing to Troy. And then they did lose to Georgia Tech. Doug Haynes-King getting that one. So Cade Klubnik there. Arch Manning had his issues again this past weekend. And DJ Lagway of Florida, 5 interceptions. That one.
He just throws it anywhere. He's not going to get sacked. There it is.
There was one he threw towards the end zone in triple coverage that I don't know on what angle he thought that pass was ever going to work. It was literally 3 Florida guys right on, or 3 LSU players on the Florida.
They all do it at times. Did you see, this is NFL really, but did you see the Hurts pass that was completed to Devontae Smith? He chucked it straight into the air.
Brian Kelly defeated DJ Lagway and the Florida Gators on Saturday. Here is an exchange. This is the first question in Baton Rouge right after the win.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
So I didn't like the questioning.
I don't know if there's a better 90 seconds of audio in the world.
The reporter hung in there.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, double down, triple down.
Okay, what's wrong with third down then?
Yeah, you don't know. Why can't your team run the ball?
They're 3-0. They've won at Clemson, and they just beat Florida. And those were the first.
See, I kind of agree with Brian Kelly. Like, that's where we're going right away.
I couldn't believe it.
I think he's right. Like, hey, listen, we beat Florida. I'm sorry we didn't blow them off the field, but hell, we beat Florida. We have played a tough schedule.
You what's going on now. I mean this. It's like my study, my passion is the impact of social media on what used to be social norms and how people who live on it then go outside of the bubble of their, especially college reporters, because they live on this and they get the feedback and then they go and then they interact with the outside world. And the outside world's like, the hell's wrong with you? But in the little bubble, especially of college sports, whether it be social media or the message boards, that kind of behavior is normal. And then you step out of it and you think you're asking the tough questions that on the LSU message board they were all upset about. And Brian Kelly's like, we're 3-0 and we just beat Florida and we picked off DJ Lagway 5 times. And the first thing you want to know is about our running game and then about our third downs.
Yeah, it was the most dominant 10-point win I think I've ever seen. Like, there was no doubt that LSU was going to win. I did say early in the program that all the guys I dislike lost. Even though Brian Kelly, who I dislike, lost, I still won because of that. I mean, the first question after a win against a SEC institution is about why his team stinks, and that's just awesome.
I agree with Brian. And then the reporter is a TV guy, Michael Cauble, and he tweeted out himself on camera doing a report. And here's an instant reaction to the LSU victory. Brian Kelly calling me spoiled. And then he said, Brian Kelly didn't like my question. Maybe he didn't like it being asked first right out of the gate. I get it, but it needed to be asked. So he is more than owning his moment here. Michael Cauble.
Seems like he's
Michael
proud
Cauble.
of it.
Is he a New Orleans guy or is he?
It looks like he's a Baton Rouge TV guy.
God, he's got to be making a lot of money.
So
I don't know what you want from me.
That Mizzou student reporter that took it on the chin from Drink last week had another rough go of it this weekend, too. He got ratioed for a tweet criticizing the fans for leaving the Mizzou game early.
Oh, no.
Do we have audio of
it? Wasn't, there was no audio of it. He just put out a tweet, and people were just hammering him for criticizing the fans for leaving early. Zach's really going through it.
What was he supposed to ask? That's from Pele Blanco.
And then apparently later, Brian Kelly, anybody who asked a question, he said, great question. Great question. So anybody who asked one that was more complimentary.
There's ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it.
You're pushing.
You
my
better save that. We could play that one a lot.
That's a lot to clip off of that one.
But he wasn't the only one, right? Didn't we have a number of Banty?
Oh, you better believe it. Jackson, where else are we going? I mean, we've got a lot to choose from here.
We can go with another one of our favorites, Shane Beamer.
What about Shane Pittman?
Beamer?
Did he get into it?
Yeah, you want to go with Pittman first?
I feel like he was fitting into this.
Pittman was more like, what am I, like, here I am. I'm just trying out here. I'll let the audience speak for itself.
But he had the earlier this season, what was the exchange where he went,
the guy basically he fumbled all over himself during the question.
So he's already had a grandma moment.
Yeah, hold on. I think I have the question right here that Sam Pittman was asked earlier this season.
Have you learned anything I guess, sorry.
Oh, that's what fell apart halfway in.
That's what he's been dealing with, but here is after Saturday's loss to Ole Miss.
Coach, for the last couple of years, losing by one score on the road is some really tough.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I mean, I don't know what I do with it. Tell me what to do. No, I don't know what to do.
Curious for you, how do you believe that this team will learn from the loss tonight and to hopefully, flip the script moving forward in the next couple of weeks?
I don't know. I mean, they're hurt, which is a good thing. It means something to them, which is a good thing. So when you have that, they'll go back to work and they'll do a good job.
So he was asked about their record in one possession games.
Man.
I said, yeah.
You can always find something to nitpick and be
House in Fayetteville might be going up on the market soon.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's on the Schulte seat?
Sam Pittman, for sure. I think there's a lot of SEC coaches who just up the temperature on their seat after this weekend.
Who's got the hot seats going?
Ooh. Billy Napier, obviously. I mean, that seat's beyond hot.
Who else? Sam Pittman.
Sam Pittman.
I know who else.
Beamer?
I think the Beamer seat.
Oh, no! Shane Beamer
I think
goes from on the edge of the college football playoff in Columbia, South Carolina, and he's hot seating?
Listen, if South Carolina gets, honestly, like, kind of whooped by Vandy at home, at Willie B, LaNorris is obviously a huge factor there, but still, that happened. And then you go to Mizzou, and if they lose there, that's your first two SEC games on a season where you're supposed to be pretty damn good.
Right, but if you don't have your Heisman candidate quarterback, it does change the arithmetic.
Well, I think we've learned.
And either way, he was 9 months ago, he was on the verge of the college football playoff in a place that doesn't go there too often.
I think they're a little tired of the smoke and they're looking for some fire, and he hasn't provided it.
No.
He hasn't provided it.
Who they're really upset with down there is Mike Shula, their offensive coordinator, Doug, and you covered him in high school.
As a player, yeah, he was a good quarterback. Yeah. He was quarterback at Alabama, too.
And he's the one who hands out fake turds?
I believe LaNorris Sellers was quoted.
Yes.
Really?
Gosh. What about Beamer to Virginia Tech? That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig. What about that? His dad coached there forever.
If he gets canned.
Brett Pry let go at Virginia Tech. There are going to be terminations left and right. Jackson, do you think we will see a termination in the SEC by October 1st?
Yes. Well, yeah, because Napier still hasn't been canned, right?
Right.
October 1st?
October 1st.
Maybe by noon today we might have.
Wow. This guy's just on the firing line. I mean, I guess.
Florida, their performance against LSU was like truly dreadful. They're going to go play in, like, college game day is going to be in Miami, and Miami looks a lot better than Florida. Like, if they're going to go get trounced by them, too. What are you waiting? What are you waiting for with Billy Napier? Like, we think it's going to get better?
You bring in another coach now, and he's going to lose to Miami and Texas A&M and Georgia, and maybe Ole Miss and Tennessee and Florida
That's
State.
what I'm saying. Like, it's a
why not let him take the beating? And then it's a little easier to justify. We just fired a coach who went 3-9.
That's what Florida's done for the last 2 years. They're like, we'll just let him. And then he wins like 3 at the end, and they're swindled again to roll it back.
Maybe Beamer and Schilt can room together in Costa Rica next year. Hot take, Jackson. That's from Big Blonde Dan. Jackson is running around in that Plowsy body today. That's from Steven Time. We can only hope that Billy is fired before noon today. That's from the STL Gator, and he wants him gone.
I think you'd be putting the next guy in an impossible situation.
An interim,
I'd hang with him for a while.
Interim coach that's been on your staff for a while. Don't go get someone new. Just interim it.
Yeah. Well, they may, but
How about Notre Dame going to Arkansas in a couple weeks?
Yeah, I'm done.
Kind of random.
Big SEC swing with A&M and Fayetteville. Yeah. So far, I am not sure that there is a team that stands out where you go, yeah, they could be in another world as far as everybody else.
Like
you see what I'm saying?
Like a true buzzsaw.
And I don't know if we've had one in a while. I mean, 2019 LSU for me is otherworldly. I don't know. I mean, I realize Ohio State beat Texas.
I would have said that last year for Ohio State if they didn't have the loss to Michigan.
So you have Ohio State. Penn State had one of the worst backdoor covers in the history of gambling. By the way, anybody aware of this? Chairman Kern, I heard moan over there, so he must be. I don't know what. All I know is they were up 52-0, and as long as Villanova and Jay Wright don't score a touchdown, don't score a touchdown. And I think there's 2 seconds on the clock. And, as you can imagine, the Villanova offense against the Penn State defense, these are different calibers of athletes. The best way to try to localize it would be like if St. Gabriel's is going up against Immaculate Heart of Mary.
Oh, I don't know.
And Villanova's little quarterback is scrambling around. He nearly gets tackled. The Penn State fourth string's out there trying to keep the shutout. The spread, I think, was 47. So it's 52-0. Right. Time has expired. He nearly runs out of bounds. He just throws it up in the air, kind of the way Missouri beat Florida a few years ago that led to Dan Mullen getting fired, Daniel Parker Jr. catch. And the guy with this one-handed catch on Villanova pulls it back. Odell Beckham gets a foot down, and the crowd goes, oh. And just a bunch of degenerate gamblers had to go, oh, my God. With no time on the clock, Penn State has lost the cover against Villanova on a one-handed catch in the back. It might have been the best catch of the weekend, too, by the way.
It's those giant spreads. Some crazy like that can happen.
All it takes.
And it's bad beat Central.
When some teams let their guard down, too. Probably remove the starters.
Well,
and
Penn State was running around like they were going up against Notre Dame in the final seconds trying to keep that shutout. Remember, that's when James Franklin called the timeout. Martin, you got to hear this audio. It's Mike Francesa not happy with James Franklin calling a time. James Franklin enjoys having these big wins, and he was up 52-0 against Villanova, fresh off a big win against Nevada the previous week. Doug, they've been put to the test so far.
Oh, sure.
And Mike Francesa was not happy that James Franklin, on the final seconds of a game, when they were up by a huge amount, called the timeout. Take a listen, if you would.
He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Oh. Is that it? I thought maybe there was more of a rant.
More. I apologize.
Okay.
What I got is that's the horse's ass one, right? There's a lot.
Right, but yeah,
is there a straight face to that one? Is that
no, that's Patrick Reed, I think, laying up.
You said that with a straight face.
You can imagine.
He's angry.
Doug, that's the drop is imagine it.
Yeah.
What's the climate in New York sports radio right now? The Mets are in a free fall. The football teams are 0-4 combined.
Yeah, tough. They do not talk hockey in New York sports radio. Jackson, how do you feel about the Knicks?
Well, they got a new coach.
Yeah.
But they're pretty far away from that.
I mean, in New York, if you have both teams in the playoffs, even though they're kind of scuffling along, then that gets you going. But, the Yankees are not going to win the East. They're 4 back. They'll be in the playoffs. And the Mets, Martin, that's tenuous. They were tied with the Giants at one point this weekend, my Giants.
And the Diamondbacks giving up for dead a month ago. They're just 2 back.
Well, traded. They were the biggest seller at the deadline, don't you think?
They got rid of Suarez.
They're sitting at 500 and they're 2 games
so
back.
Stupid. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. You play 162 games, and then you just have teams just butt-ass along at 500, and they're fighting for the... You got teams below 500 going, hell, I don't know. I mean, the Reds are below 500, and they are 2.5 back of getting into the playoffs and then playing against, take your pick, of the Dodgers or Padres.
Don't you dare count out this Redbird Ball Club.
Thank you.
You could not try and still get into the MLB playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they Ken Rosenthal on Saturday nights doing this interview with Ali Marmol, and it's kind of like a eulogy on the season. I don't know how many people saw that. Kind of surprised I did.
On the old 2 Fox thing.
It was on the 2 Fox. And I'm sitting there going, if they win this game, they're 3 out of a playoff spot. It just kind of shows where the mindset is on the whole thing. I mean, he's going, yeah, we've learned some things for next year that'll be valuable. And I'm going, they're up on this game, and if they win it, they're 3 out of a playoff spot. But I guess since this is just kind of a different situation with the playoffs in 2025, we'll just talk about it in past tense.
Just about like 6 weeks of purgatory, or the kind of in, the kind of not.
And when they say they've learned some things, I think the only thing they've learned is these players are who they have shown they've been, and there's really not a whole lot of hope. I think that's what they've learned, is that it's going to take a massive turnover.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Who did you learn either something significant positively or significant negatively out of it?
I think Herrera cemented himself as a everyday bat.
Donovan, maybe, an everyday player.
I think didn't we know that on Donovan? I think Herrera, you knew he could hit, but I think consistently, Burleson's been pretty good, but the Walker, I guess Gorman is proven for good, like who he is. Don't you think he is a guy who's going to strike out a ton and maybe hit 20 to 25 homers?
That'd have been great this year, 20 to 25. What's he at now? He's at 14, and he's batting .211.
Did you guys see the clip of Rosenthal tripping over and knocking down his cameraman and then staring at him like the poor bastard was an idiot? That's from Arbor Day.
I don't think it was his cameraman. It was a still photographer, it looks like. Yes. And there was the water celebration on the field there, and he backed up. He just kind of gave him a mean look.
Kind of looked like when Allen Iverson stepped over Tyronn Lue.
Doug, is that what you thought of?
Kind of similar energy.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Kind of similar energy. MVP.
I was looking to see if Rosenthal commented on it. I didn't see anything on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. But he backs up, knocks into a still photographer, and then kind of gave him a mean mug look. And then he kind of shrugged his shoulders. It's like, you're in the way. That's my read on it, was he was annoyed the guy was in the way.
There's a lot of people taking a lot of still shots, cameras, and do you ever see those photos anywhere? Mm-hmm. Where do you see them?
AP.
But there are massive amounts. Even at the racetrack last weekend, massive amounts of people with still photography.
And coaches are running off the field at the end of the game, and still photographers right in their face, clicking off 1,000 pictures. They don't go anywhere.
Go on STL today and on any sports page, and a big picture in there. That's probably an AP image.
Okay, that's one outlet.
That's one picture.
But there does seem to be about 25 still cameras at every NFL game.
Randy Johnson's out there.
And Ken Griffey Jr. Randomly.
Yeah, late 90s Mariners are out there taking pictures.
When there were news conferences in St. Louis, old Bill Greenblatt, he'd snap off 1,000 pictures of a guy standing in front of a microphone talking. I guess that's the still photographer mentality, is keep snapping and you might catch something great.
Yeah. That Rosenthal stare-down thing was red meat for the outrage, folks.
Yeah.
Good gravy. That's from Brian Hench, Doug, and he is trying to figure out if the Colts had the roof open.
It was a real opportunity for people to take a big old crap on, like, journalists and sideline reporters and all that. It was without any context or details on it, of course, but an opportunity to sound off.
You always need context. What if earlier in the game that guy got in his way and he said, hey, can you please not... You don't know, was there a prior incident?
Never will.
Or was it just in the moment like, dude, you're standing on my back ankle. No wonder I bumped it. I don't know. It didn't look great, but you're right. It was probably a cheap pop for some.
Oh, for sure.
And that's the outrage community, that's what it's called?
Yeah.
Brian Hench has an outrage community.
Big community. I was always kind of surprised that the NFL allowed local TV stations to have a photographer roaming the sidelines with his big camera, just because of, you can run into players, you can run into coaches, and the games are all on TV. You could use that, but they're all down there.
Well, Ken Rosenthal, sideways with one, but we'll get some context on that, I would imagine, and then those who are critical of him will apologize, and it'll be put to bed.
Okay.
I'm dubious.
Martin, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
I do. Nothing dubious there. That's a company you can count on today, tomorrow, next month, next year. They're going to be here to back up their work. It's something they're proud of. In addition to that, this great team that's been assembled, this family-owned business, been more than a century now taking care of folks in St. Louis. And when they work with the team, they make sure they don't upsell. So when they're in your home fixing the furnace in the wintertime, the AC during the summertime, they're not trying to sell you something you don't need. It's part of the approach there. Great team. Employees love working there. That's another thing. They rate highly in terms of employee approval. So everybody's happy working there, and they'll come into your home and get things done. You can count on Design Air. It's online at designairservice.com. Set up your appointment before winter hits. Maybe a little tune-up, little check-up before winter arrives. You can count on Design Air to get it done right. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation. That is a family-owned business that continues to be run by Seth and his family. Longest-running TMA sponsor as well. Believe it or not, they're not even ashamed of that. How about it? They do stand behind their work. DesignerService.com for all your heating and cooling needs year-round.
Martin Sharon is not happy. Oh, sure, take the side of the elitist media dork. We know you don't want to burn bridges. Whatevs.
Oh.
That's Sharon and Clayton Stars.
Sharon, don't say whatevs.
So I don't want to burn a Ken Rosenthal bridge? Is that what it is? That's a bad look, but I don't know the whole story. I think that's fair. I'm sorry. I'm okay. I'll join the outrage community. It did look bad, but maybe there's more to the story. I'm asking, is there more to the story?
Now,
Is there
I don't know the circumstances
Thank you.
at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
That just literally happened on this program 5 seconds ago.
Okay. So please allow Ken Rosenthal to know that I gave an ambiguous answer about what happened.
Team Ken.
And then see if that gets me any sort
We
of
stand with Ken.
access. Yes.
Mr. Licks is not happy with Brian Henson. It has nothing to do with the Colts and their win. Of course, Henson comes to the defense of Rosenthal. Hey, Henson, remember when you defended that creep Greg Doyle? Get lost!
Oh.
So Mr. Licks, he's not happy with
creep Greg Doyle. That feels like a way back callback.
I think Greg Doyle's the one who asked Caitlin Clark a question, if I'm
Did
not
some with the
mistaken.
hard
And he did
hands or
some of the
something?
hard hands that she did, yeah. Doug, they're just not happy, but good news, the Colonel's going to be on, and he's going to be happy to be with us. That's coming up next, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Indianapolis Colts, the aforementioned Indianapolis Colts, win in dramatic fashion over the Broncos yesterday, and they are the first team in the Super Bowl era to not punt in either of their first 2 games of the season. That's per Adam Schefter. That was our SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug, what will it sound like when this is blasting at Faroe Field at 6 p.m. on Saturday night for the Blackouts?
This song and what it does to the Mizzou crowd probably makes Columbia, Missouri the hardest place to go in and get a win for a visiting team in the country.
Death Valley, LSU. Happy Valley, Whiteout.
Tina E.
Between the Hedges and Faroe Field on a blackout with Tina E playing?
I would say there's your Rushmore. There's your Rushy.
Well, that's what you got, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming to the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The Colonel. Gabriel DeArmond, presented to you by the man in studio with us right now, James Carlton.
Hello, James.
Well, good morning, everyone. How we doing?
What's up, James? The Colonel joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
Hey, guys. Many people are asking when we can start calling Faroe Field Tina Valley, actually.
There you go, Doug. At Tina Valley.
I'd say as of right now.
I think you just started it, Colonel. Gabe, I was listening to you and Cody and the wonderful voicemails you guys got on the post-game show on Saturday, and I have to tell you, I share your opinion. I think that many fans, and I understand it, by the way, go, okay, Louisiana's in the same category with Central Arkansas and UMass. But they're not. They're just not a Power 4 school. That's a different deal. Now, I don't want to put them up there with take your pick of whatever, Power 4 school. But the way Missouri dominated them was not something that I was anticipating going into that game. It looked so easy, and that was surprising to me.
Yeah, it looked easy from the start. And I think it's important, too. Like, I don't think this is Louisiana what it was 4 years ago either. Like that didn't look like a team that's going to go win the Sun Belt to me. But like you said, it's not Central Arkansas, and what Missouri, again, you can only play who's in front of you, and Missouri looked impressive doing it. And I think, I don't know, we'll talk about this. I think Saturday was going to be the time where we thought we were going to find out a lot more about this team. And right now I'm not sure if that's true or not.
You mean because if Sellers doesn't play?
I mean because I don't know with or without him if South Carolina is very good.
Yeah, I think there's 2 levels to it. I agree with that. Yeah, even with Sellers, it's not like they've looked great. And now they might be without Sellers and more. And the spread, Gabe, I don't know if you've been tending to this on Power Mizzou, but is 12.5 points. Sweet mother of mercy.
Yeah, and I think before the season it would have been South Carolina by like 3.5.
I agree with you.
This has flipped so much, and it's the weird part of, especially about the first half of the season, is, well, do we give teams credit for beating teams that we thought were good, or do we start to realize that teams that we thought were going to be good aren't actually that good? And it seems to vary. It was the whole thing Missouri dealt with when during the rise under Gary Pinkel. Well, the Big 12 North is down. Well, part of the reason the Big 12 North was down was because Missouri started beating Nebraska and Kansas State. So like teams, it's hard to beat a 10-2 team because nobody beats those teams, right? Except the other 10-2 teams. So if you beat a team that otherwise would be an 8-win team, well, when you beat them, they become a 7-win team, and all of a sudden people say, well, that team wasn't good anyway. So it's really hard to kind of assess.
Gabe, good morning. Outside of Sellers, I think the household name for the Gamecocks is Dylan Stewart. And I don't know about you, but I think last year Armand Membu made his money in that game against South Carolina. He really held him at bay. And the unsung hero of this transfer portal so far has been Keegan Trost. How impressed have you been with him and not hearing his name called much at all? What do you like about his chances to keep him in line like Armand Membu did last year?
Yeah, that's my only measuring stick for an offensive lineman. If I notice him, it's not good. I haven't noticed Keegan a lot, so I guess he's playing well. But, you know, there are people who I know watch a football game and they sit and watch the right tackle, or they watch the left guard or whatever, or they go back and watch it 4 times so they can watch 4 different things. And I've just never been one of those guys. For me to notice the offensive line, it has to either be amazing, like it was, say, on Ahmad Hardy's first touchdown run, where I think maybe we could have scored, or it has to be horrible. And it has not been horrible, so I guess that means he's playing well.
Yeah, Mizzou had 427 yards of rushing. They're blocking somebody.
Exactly. But, you know, I went through it this morning. Missouri's running backs are averaging 171 yards after contact. So even when the line isn't blocking all that well, these guys are making something out of it, which is something that even if you go back to Cody Schrader's Heisman year, like Missouri's running backs averaged about 82 yards a game after contact. Now, most of that was Cody Schrader, but Ahmad Hardy right now is averaging 110 yards after contact per game. So, you know, I think it's a combination of they are blocking pretty well, especially in the run game. Eli Drinkwitz said he's not thrilled with the pass protection. But also, I think these running backs are breaking a lot of tackles and forcing a lot of guys to miss.
Gabe, what are the rules in terms of, let's say, hypothetically, a kicker became available? Can players transfer at this point, and can they leave teams and move to other teams even this far into a season?
I mean, so Virginia Tech and UCLA, they just fired their coaches. The transfer portal is open for 30 days. Players there can enter it. I don't really know that they would then be able to go to a new team. I guess that probably has to do with like ad drop dates and things like that. I mean, if we're living in a world where class matters at all anymore, I'll be honest,
was the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't really know the rules, but I'm not sure there are any rules.
So that then gets to something that I was reading on Power Mizzou yesterday, which we discussed in the 7 o'clock hour, and that is the possibility, if it is at all, of Missouri going and getting UCLA's kicker, since UCLA has not started classes yet. Is there anything to that?
I mean, not that I know of, other than, you know, message board speculation.
No, I know, but I mean, I guess what I'm asking is it something that actually could be possible? I'm not saying, like, is that going on, and do you have any sources? I'm asking, like, can that happen, kind of following up on what Martin just asked, or is that just not, that's not realistic?
I think it would have more to do, like, I don't think it's that UCLA hasn't started classes. I think it would have more to do with Missouri and whether they can still add somebody, because they started classes, I don't know, I want to say like August 28th, the day of the first football game. So, you know, we're 2.5, 3 weeks past that. Can they still get somebody into school? Again, I maintain if the football coach says I want to do this, they'll probably figure out a way. But is it technically allowed? I don't really know.
And the reason we are asking, for those who have not been listening to all of the program, is if there was one thing, I guess, that you went into that game with a question mark on, and you might have more of a question, albeit it's one kick. It's the kicking situation. And Robbie Meyer got out there and had a 41-yard attempt. It barely got there, and he missed it by a decent amount. And while it's wonderful to beat Central Arkansas and Louisiana like Missouri's beaten them, and they were able to come back against Kansas, it strikes me as inevitable with the depth of teams on Missouri's schedule remaining, in particular after this weekend and then starting in October, that the kicker is going to be necessary, and that question has not been solved with an answer just yet.
Yeah, I agree with all of it. I mean, it's inevitable. I would be shocked if you get through this season and one of your 12 games does not hinge on did you make a kick or not. Now, hey, you hope that kick is a 24-yarder, but I just don't think it's realistic to say every time we cross the opposing team's 40, we're going for it until we get to the 10. I mean, you have to be able to line up a kick. Now, I'm glad they gave him a shot, and I'm not writing it off. Like, it's one kick. It's his first one. I'm sure he was nervous. I would have actually liked to see Missouri, instead of scoring late with the, third and fourth string running back, I would have liked to see him kick another 35 or 40-yarder just to see what happened, because one can happen to anybody. I mean, we see NFL kickers miss extra points. But if you if you go 0 for 2, then that starts to become a thing where I'm going, okay, this is more of a pattern than just one bad kick.
Well,
go ahead. I thought you were going to ask something. Sorry.
I thought maybe that answer was so good.
We're all just kind of letting it say,
Doug
settle
didn't know
in.
if now was the time to ask if they're wearing all black uniforms or not.
Oh, it's blackout, baby.
Is it really?
Oh, for the fans, so I have to imagine the team will as well.
Oh, good.
I can't wait for Saturday night. They better sell that thing out. I can't believe it's not sold out yet. Hey, Gabe, random question here.
There's like 200 tickets left.
Well, there you go.
Okay. Don't get mad at us.
I know you're not plugged into the Bears, other than you may have used to coach there, at least your doppelganger did. But are you surprised that Luther Burden is getting really zero action as a highly touted, wide receiver that usually is a plug-and-play type guy out of college?
I mean, look, you could kind of see this coming. He slipped from the first round to the second round. He was hurt. There was some, hey, he's got to learn the playbook in the preseason. No, I'm not shocked. I think I wrote on our message board yesterday, and I know this will make some people mad, but like one of the reasons he slipped was there were clearly some questions about, hey, how's he going to handle it when he's not the focal point, not the, when things maybe aren't going his way, how's he going to handle it? So that's what we'll find out now. Is he going to be a good teammate and do everything he can in, whatever role he has, and then work Monday through Saturday to make that role bigger? And I'm not saying he won't. I would assume he will, but that's what we're going to find out. And I just think that especially people who consider them college football fans first, because I think there are a lot of people who are college football fans but aren't really NFL fans, but they're fans of like players or guys that went to their school in the NFL. I just think they constantly underestimate how big that leap is from college football to the NFL. I mean, when you go from high school to college, you were probably the best player on your high school team, and suddenly everybody was the best player on their high school team. Well, now when you go from college to the pros, you might have been one of the best, 18 players in the SEC, but the other 17 are all there too, and everybody else is probably just about as good as they were. So it's the first time for a lot of these guys that they're playing against guys at every position that are every bit as good as they are. And the separator in the pros is not usually how talented are you or how athletic are you, because everybody is talented and athletic.
Are you at all panicked that your Chiefs are winless after 2 games?
Not panicked. I'm not sure they're a very good football team. I think that, like, for 7 years now, I've known at the start of the season that the first 17 games don't matter because I knew they were making the playoffs, and I don't know that I know that right now.
Huh. Are you mad that the Eagles get away with
year after 6-7 straight AFC title games? It's hard it's hard to go from being a millionaire to being middle class, but I guess we'll make that adjustment maybe.
Yeah. Guys, I like that, Colonel.
Okay.
Colonel, college game day going to the Miami and Florida Gators game on Saturday. I was reading throughout the course of the game on Saturday night that if South Carolina were to win, it was very likely that the game day was coming to Columbia, Missouri. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, from what I was told, it was, I won't say certain because certain doesn't exist, but yeah, very likely that had South Carolina won that game day was coming here. Honestly, I think if South Carolina would have made it interesting, or if LaNorris Sellers hadn't gotten hurt, there maybe is still a chance because Miami and Florida's not a good game either.
And it's such a bad location with a non-on-campus stadium, the Hard Rock being.
Yeah, but they'll sell the U is back and all that, and maybe they are. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not a huge Miami believer, but I don't know. I was talking to a lot of people Saturday night. I'll be honest, I don't know if anybody's any good in college football.
I was saying that a couple segments ago. I said, I don't know. Like, when Missouri had the trip to Athens 2 years ago, I go, as good as Missouri is, I mean, it's a 1 out of 10, maybe 2 out of 10 times they're going to beat them straight up there. I don't see that on the schedule this year. Part of that is because Missouri, I think, may be very good. I'm in the same spot as you, and I think a lot of college football observers are going, hold on a second, Missouri might be really good. But at the same time, I don't know if there is a 2019 LSU outfit that's out there,
Yeah, I don't even know if there's a 2022 Georgia is Texas good? I think so. Ohio State, I think, is really good, but they scored 14 in week 1 and kind of played with their food against Ohio for a while. Oregon is, I don't know, they messed around with Northwestern for a little bit. I just haven't seen anybody that I look and go, wow, I know they're I am very confident that at least 2 of Ohio State, Oregon, and Penn State will make the playoff. But I'm more confident about that because of what the Big Ten is, that I look at them and go, well, they're just dominant. There's not a team in the SEC that I would look at today and say, I know that team's in the playoff. I think Georgia's the best team in the league probably, but they should have lost on Saturday.
I agree. That's the thing about
Alabama. LSU, I think they're pretty good, but I'm not sure that's a playoff team. Alabama's already kind of behind the 8 ball. Texas, I don't know. So I just look around the country, and in most years, I think I could, if you give me 4 teams after week 3, I will pick the national champion. I don't know that I can do that this year.
Do you think this could be because of there's just more parity? There's players like Bo Prabula leaving Penn State and not sitting on the bench there and comes to Mizzou and makes the Tigers more competitive against anyone in the country?
Yeah, it's the portal and it's NIL. The talent is being spread out. Alabama has Ryan Williams, but Alabama used to have 9 Ryan Williams. So I just don't think that everybody – I think the top teams are worse than they used to be, and I think this is especially true in the SEC. Whoever you think the top 4 teams are, and I think there's a debate about it at this point, I don't think they're anywhere near what the top 4 teams in probably the first 10, 12 years Missouri was in this league were. And I think the bottom teams are a lot better. Outside of maybe Kentucky, you take any team in this league and stack them up against any other team, I'm going, I may know who's favored, but I could see this going the other way.
I want to ask about Bo Prabula, because by beating the hell out of them and Hardy doing what he's doing, it might fly under the radar. The pass that I want to focus on was actually an incompletion, only because Joshua Manning was just barely out of bounds. But he threw the ball in a window, kind of like he did on that 4th down play against Kansas, where you go, hold on a second, this is kind of otherworldly. And I realize pass protection, something Drinkwitz expressed concern about, and Prabula is able to run around, and he has a diversity of offensive weapons, both in the backfield and now at tight end, along with the receivers. But some of the throws that he's making are really eye-opening with regard to the caliber and the precision. What is your observation on Prabula and anybody you're talking to around the program?
No, I would agree with that, with the caveat that will those be completions, or will those get there against Oklahoma's defensive backfield or A&M's or whoever? Because I think the biggest difference in these first 3 teams is just the speed and the caliber of athlete. I look at Saturday and go, hey, this is the first time that Bo has not been Superman, right? Now, he wasn't bad. I think he had 179 total yards and accounted for 3 touchdowns. You'll take that. If that's the bad day, you'll take that. Did have an interception that Drinkwood said, look, he shouldn't have thrown the ball. My biggest concern with him is probably I think he stays in the pocket and maybe misses identifying blitzers at times, and that can cost you. But I just think after 2 weeks, it was like there were people, he's the best quarterback in the SEC. Should we talk about the Heisman, all that? And I thought Saturday was a reminder, like, hey, this kid is still getting his feet wet, and there are going to be days he looks human, and Missouri is going to need other ways to win. Now, against Louisiana, it doesn't matter. But if he plays that game, if he throws a pick that sets the other team up at the 20, and, he's a little bit after a 9-for-9 start, he was 6 for 13. If that's the case against Alabama, do you have a way to win that game? If that's the case, against Auburn, can you win that game? And that's what we'll find out.
Gabe DeArmond with us here, brought to you by this man, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Check out the coverage on powermizzou.com throughout the week. And, of course, the post-game show, which will be wonderful on a Saturday night at about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Doug.
Guess they could almost get away from the Colonel the other night, but they were able to reel him back in. Yeah. It's a couple of questionable calls there.
Well, and I just think that was the B- version of the post game show because it was a B- game. Right?
Saturday night, South Carolina blackout. Oh, the people have been drinking all day. It'll be glorious.
There will be many blackouts.
Big Red in the south end zone. Yeah. Get on the line right now.
Yeah, they really like Cody. Gabe, they really think you might be hiring based on appearances now. They really like that Cody.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's getting a little uncomfortable.
Oh no! Cut that off. Thank you, Colonel.
I'm used to being the trophy on the show, and I don't know how that's gonna go.
Yeah,
that's like a housewives thing going on down there.
Yeah, a little tension down there on Power Mizzou. Thank you, Gabe.
All right, see you guys.
There goes the Colonel, brought to you by this man, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. I think you're up to 449 5-star reviews now, James.
Okay.
449.
Okay, we appreciate all
to be
this.
in the 450th. James, I'm looking at Bovada, 13.5 points.
Just nuts.
The spread. FanDuel, 12.5 points, the spread.
It opened yesterday at 7, I think.
I mean,
it moved quick.
Sharp money just jumped on that one.
Did you listen to SVP Pod yet?
I am in the process of listening to it. It is a long podcast. It's QFTA-esque.
I love it, but
I do too.
They made a great point about Kirby Smart, like how masterful of a coaching job that was. I mean, they were against the ropes in an incredibly hostile environment, and he usually saves his hooting and hollering when they're winning by a lot, and he just remains incredibly calm, and that was... I mean, they got a little help from a kicker as well, but that was an incredible win by Georgia on Saturday.
Yeah,
congrats to Alan Dadeville.
Oh, yeah, he loves Georgia. On an interesting, Illinois is getting 5.5 on FanDuel, but they're only getting 4 on Bovada. So if you're a college football fan in the St. Louis area, you've got Illinois and Missouri playing at the same time, both with big games. Illinois getting 5.5 on FanDuel, Missouri giving 12.5 on FanDuel to South Carolina. James, always appreciate the time,
All right,
sir.
guys, have a good one.
You too.
Thanks,
James
James
Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Brad Thompson joining us next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. And Michael has been doing it in the St. Louis area now for more than 3 decades. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And what he does is make sure that he hires the best installers he possibly can to give customers the best experience that they can. That's why he's giving out $7 a square yard compensation, which is incredible compensation for installers. If you're interested, go to igotfloored.com. There is a reason he's continued to grow throughout the 31 years in business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family. And he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. And make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com. That's Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Call 314-889-0503. I recommend getting a financial advisor. Mark Hanna does the same thing and says, even if you don't go with me, that's fine. Just get a financial advisor. It's so important, and the younger you start, the better it is. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, the rare phone call that you can look forward to having and then hang up the phone and go, man, I feel better about my life and my financial situation after talking to Mark. Make that call. You will be so happy that you did. 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. And right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program, as he joins us every Monday during the baseball season, Brad Thompson with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, BT.
Good morning. I feel better about my life, and I'm not sure about the financial situation, but after I talk to you guys each and every week.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a nice little pat on the rope right there.
How about that, Doug?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Pick me up on a Monday.
Okay.
Brad, 4 games back, Doug says that he is a dad and he likes the wild card. Is that what it is?
Hello, wild card. Daddy, likey.
How about that?
Yeah, when you're only 4.5 out, you got 4. Thank you. You got to keep plowing ahead. Does it feel like they're still plowing ahead?
Look, it's kind of been the same situation pretty much all season long. Look, I think that we could agree that 4 games back of the wild card with a team that's 4 games under 500 probably shouldn't happen. Like that probably shouldn't be the landscape of the wild card. I don't know if this third one, this third wild card is the best thing ever for competitive baseball, but it does end up making everybody feel like they're in it. So right now, until you're not, there's an excitement around it. And the fact that you get a chance to go head-to-head against the Reds. The Reds are only 2.5 games back of the Mets, who finally won a game after dropping 8 straight. You got the Diamondbacks and the Giants ahead of them. You get a chance to see the Giants on the road next road trip. You've got the Brewers coming this weekend. Like teams that you're trying to hunt down and you can do some work against them, you get a chance to play. So I feel like that aspect is fun. You got a young roster who's learning on the fly and going to learn in some big jobs, whether it's trying to chase down a wild card or whether it's trying to play spoiler for some of these other teams.
Brad, in the comings and goings department, Mason Wynn shut down for the season. Arenado scheduled to make his return tonight. I think both similar in the sense that Wynn, there's nothing to prove, whereas Arenado, I think, wants to prove. Do you think it's to himself or to others? What do you think his motivation is?
I would say the answer is probably yes. Like I feel like it probably checks both of those boxes for Arenado. It's been a disappointing year for him. Probably a disappointing last couple of years for Nolan Arenado, at least when it comes to some of the offensive numbers. He, been zapped for power. Hopefully that shoulder is strong. So down the stretch for Arenado. And I think that we talked about this a little bit last week, but like the idea of the offseason right now, I bet for Nolan and for his camp and likely for the Cardinals and their brain trust, I bet it feels a lot like last year where, look, you have a piece that's making a lot of money, you're going in a younger direction, and you would probably like to move. If you're Arenado, you see right now that the Cardinals are not set up to be a winner right now, or at least on paper. You don't see them as a World Series contending team, so you'd probably like to move also. And the best way to do that is the final 2+ weeks of the season, showing that you're healthy and showing that you don't have to put up monstrous numbers. You just have to show that you are out there on the field. If I'm a team, if you're an owner of another club and your president of baseball operations comes to you and say, hey, look, we want to bring in Arenado. We're going to have to take on some of this money, probably not all of it, but you have to take on some of it. And I think it's a little easier pill to swallow. You have the resume, which is great, but the resume feels a little bit better when that guy was on the field at the end of the year.
The Cardinals used Thomas Saggese as their cleanup hitter yesterday. He doesn't strike me as a typical number 4 type of hitter, but this is a guy who's probably shown that he's useful enough and might be a part of the future. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, look, I don't think that number 4 is probably not his best spot in the lineup. You got to do what you got to do when you have the roster that you have. You had Contreras and Donnie yesterday, both needing days off. But I think that Thomas Saggese, to your point, Doug, has done a really good job of just showing that he has value, whether that value is versatility and being able to bounce around the diamond. We've seen him play short, second, third base, and he does a good job with that. He's a good hitter. He's still so young. He's trying to figure himself out. the conversation with him, not power-wise necessarily, but in approach is a lot like we've had the conversation in the past, and he has made big strides as Alec Burleson. Burley was a guy who could be a very good bad ball hitter outside the zone. He could still barrel you up. But then he started making better swing decisions, started laying off some tougher pitches, and started seeing better results. I think that you're going to see more and more of that with Sajasi. He's very aware of it. He talks about it, tries to work through it. But the guy spoils more good pitches than anybody. Yesterday, his first hit was a changeup that was like well off the plate away with 2 strikes, shattered bat single into center field. He does a lot of things well for you. So, look, is he a starter for you at the big league level? I don't know. Maybe he could continue to evolve. But is he a piece that can help a ball club? Absolutely.
They really it felt like they gave that game away Saturday night when they had a big lead and lost. You look at games like that, and
Doug?
I look at games like that, and the 4 out of 6 they lost to Colorado, and the series in Pittsburgh when they didn't score a run. And you don't have to get very many of those games back, and this is a playoff team, believe it or not. It just feels like along the way there have been an awful lot of games that they really should have won, and this could be a whole different type of season.
Yeah, I would say this, though, through 162, there are a lot of games that they went into that many people looked at and said, yeah, they should probably lose this game, and then they'd win it, right? That's the volatility of 162. So sometimes you're going to have that where a team like the Rockies, who's having a miserable year, sometimes they beat you. I don't know how, but they do. It's just that's kind of the oddness of it. You're going to have hot streaks, you're going to have down streaks. And at the end of the day, I think that when we look at this roster right now, they're probably hovering around where they should be. I hope that they end up being around a 500 club. But I get it, because those are the ones that stick in our mind, right? Those are the ones you remember, games that sneak away, that won a couple of nights ago. That did feel like that hurt a little bit, especially with a bullpen that has been as good as it was. Also, a club that has been so good defensively, some plays that need to be made, that ends up biting you. But I think that those are the ones that stick in your mind. When you go back and look through the whole season, I feel like you could find some on the other end of it that probably end up evening things out.
Brad Thompson with us on Mondays here. During the baseball season, Cardinals and Reds, as the Cardinals cling to the wild card race, 4 games back, 12 games to go. Brad, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you so much.
Guys, no problem. You guys have a great week, and I'll talk to you next week.
Sounds like a plan. That's Brad Thompson with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, tell me about Design Air Heating and Cooling, would you?
Well, it's a name you're going to need to know if something happens to your air conditioner. We certainly used them all weekend in a big way, and it's going to be red hot again the first few days of this week anyway. And so if something's not working right, if your house is not cooling well, you know who to call. You call Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's what St. Louisans have been doing since 1904. I guess they called in 04. Do we have telephones in 1904? I don't know how you got in touch with Design Air in 1904. I just don't. You probably just went there and knocked on the door and said, hey, Seth Goldcamp, if that was his name, the Goldcamp family's been running it for 4 generations. Hey, I need you out at my crib, and they would send a horse out there to fix your heating, your furnace, your air conditioner. Well, they didn't have air conditioning. They had.
You're just talking on your ass right now.
Kind of. Yeah.
The horse fixed the air conditioning.
The horse would come out and fix your furnace. I don't imagine they had air conditioning.
My phone. Seth's going to text for a make good.
I just
Doug.
I'm just thinking of the history of Design Air and all that they've been through since 1904 to make homes more comfortable. And at times, I'm sure they had horses dragging out the furnaces to your home.
And then they would fix them. The horse would.
The horse would.
And they have
play a role
thumbs?
in it. Yeah, they'd probably be dragging the furnace out to your house. So just think of all the things Design Air Heating and Cooling has done for St. Louisans over all those years. It's really kind of incredible. And they're still doing
the horse
it now.
Community.
And the horses, they don't use too many horses now. I know when I had the Dashing Steve out at my house a couple weeks ago, I did not see a horse. I saw a truck, no horse. The point is that I'm making so eloquently is that Design Air has been serving St. Louis homes since 1904, and they continue to do that better than anyone else. And you will never be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're looking for a new furnace or an air conditioner to get you through these last few weeks of summer, Design Air is the place to do it. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904. They don't use horses anymore, but they do have all those handsome repairmen. As for Larry, the Silver Fox.
It was longer than the BT segment.
Email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in an hour. Doug, they're not done being unhappy.
No.
The Lions, they're not happy. And neither are the Bears after they got together yesterday and there were accusations of a Dr. Tom Osborne, Woody Woodenhofer, Bob Stull situation going on. We'll explain. That's next. TMA 101 ESPN. ESPN on the TMA YouTube channel. And Doug, I just hope people are making money with the FanDuel spread zone, because even though we're at war with the Riz Show and the Fast Lane, the podcast is now nearly 60% against the spread.
Oh, really?
On our 4 episodes, which is kind of really surprising, to be honest with you. And one of my plays was the Bears and the Lions over. That was a sweat-free play, 47.5. My lock was Missouri, Louisiana over. I think that might have covered by the half. But they weren't happy in Detroit. Not the Lions, but Ben Johnson not happy with Dan Campbell. Doug, here's what he had to say.
Okay.
Do you believe Dan Campbell ran it up on you on that 4th and 4 goal?
What's he supposed to do? It's 4th and goal. What do you want him to do? Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
I thought
Gosh, he wasn't mad.
Actually, I take it back. He wasn't unhappy.
Kind of unhappy with the question.
Yes.
And that's what they do, meaning they, which used to be him, Ben Johnson, was part of it.
Right.
They just go for it on 4th down. Even when they lose playoff games, it's just what they do.
I mean, it's really never talked about in the NFL. I mean, I'll say never, but it's rarely talked about in the NFL about running up the score. College, certainly. Yeah, so I guess, Doug, the overarching theme is they're just not happy with the people asking the questions.
Right.
That seems to be a growing theme.
Yeah.
And sometimes you could take it as, well, you've got the game won and you're still kicking field goals, too. You still need more points on the board. You're kind of in a no-win situation there.
Shane Beamer wasn't necessarily that unhappy, comparatively speaking, to Brian Kelly's being the champion of unhappiness. He was asked about the situation with LaNorris Sellers.
Not good enough. You lose a turnover battle like we did tonight. When you turn the ball over 4 times in this league, you're going to get your butts kicked, and that's what happened tonight. And just not enough winning football. I told the team before the game, Vanderbilt, that's a team you got to go beat. They're not going to give you anything, and we didn't do that tonight. Way too much self-inflicted.
Shane, looking forward, if you do have to be without LaNorris for some time, is it Luke's job?
No clue. David will look at everything. Luke was in there tonight. We all got to be better, and we'll evaluate everything as we go into the Missouri week. I understand the question, but way too soon for that, my man.
So he kind of
pats him right on the top of the head.
Yeah. He was kind of polite, like, I understand that way too soon, my man. And then he just kicked him in the nuts. Right after he said, I get it, but
it's what everybody was wondering. I don't think that was a horrible question. All of their fan base is going, oh, what now? And that's kind of what the question was. What are you going to do now?
Was that Mike Vaughn in Charleston asking
Could well have been.
Friend of the show. Way too soon, my man.
Wow, Doug, you don't know how people contacted Design Air in 1904? Nice show prep, ass! That's from Big Tuft, and he's not happy that you didn't know how people reached out to Seth
I'm guessing they had to go there, door to door, knock on the door, say, hey, I got a furnace problem. Can you get a horse out here?
What would be your immediate reaction to you calling Design Air and the gentleman pulling up on a horse in the year 2025?
Kind of old school, kind of folksy and charming.
Meat and potatoes.
Unbelievably folksy.
Right, it's folksy. We are closing out the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. We have been joined by Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond, and Brad Thompson on today's program. Miss anything? Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Martin Kilcoyne heading out for onboarding. 10 o'clock hour coming your way, which will include the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in to compete. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Listen, folks, Lee's Chicken is back in honor of National Chicken Month. And guests who visit Lee's 3 times, count them 3 times throughout September, will receive $5 off their next order of $15 or more. This offer runs now through the end of September at participating locations. Guests must be a part of Lee's Rewards Participate, but they can enjoy any time during the month and start earning right away. I'm telling you, you're going to want to start earning right away. They got great deals on there, not to mention the outstanding chicken. Those chicken tenders, you dip them in that Chipotle ranch, a little potato wedge on the side, not these weak, tiny little fries. No, these are the big, delicious potato wedges that you know and love right there at Lee's Famous Chicken. And Lee's Famous Rewards is free to join. Members earn 1 point for every $1 spent and redeemable for discounts and menu items. Guests can sign up through the Lee's app, which is super easy to use. It's available on Google Play and the App Store. It's National Chicken Month. Why don't you go check out our friends over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action today on Roberto Clemente Day, taking on the Cincinnati Reds. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
What is this? It's not fitting for a hard-charging sports broadcast.
Yeah.
It's a theme from Severance. I just thought it'd be fun to play. Won a lot of Emmys last night.
Oh, it did.
Do you like the show play?
Severance? It's outstanding.
What is this about somebody getting fired and getting a severance pay?
It's actually a fascinating kind of idea. It's essentially like a company that splits your consciousness. So when you are at work, all you can remember is work and your life at work. And when you're outside, you remember nothing about work. So essentially you go to work and take an 8-hour nap and you are back to being
How
at
would
home.
a company do such a thing?
It gets into sci-fi.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, but it's fascinating.
Doug, you want to come over and watch Severance tonight?
Well, I'm busy tonight.
Oh, 2 Monday Night Football games?
No,
Cardinals and Reds?
I'm going to try to rotate the tires on my car.
Not an endorsement for the Cardinals and Reds tilt.
No.
Libby on the mound.
Well, okay, I'll come over. We'll watch this show, Severance, and we'll have the Cardinals on the radio or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that more like the answer you were open for?
2 Monday Night Football games.
Okay.
Raiders and Chargers, your nightcap, 9 p.m.
I can't watch it all, fellas. I can't watch it all.
What about the Texans?
I won't watch that.
What do you mean you won't watch that?
I won't watch it.
Not happy with the show prep effort.
Seriously.
After the Design Air horse fixing the furnace thing?
Yeah.
They needed horses in 1904. I mean, the World's Fair was here. The Olympics were here. First time in the United States. And some of these people, I guess, got cold. And Design Air said, we'll be right out there. It's going to take a while because all we have is horses, but we'll get out there.
When was the Model T? Like 1912?
A little later
show
than that.
prep.
Even
You got to do it now, too. You got to do it, too. Can't be crowdsourcing.
1908.
No, but not everybody had them until like the 20s, I think, were they common.
Doug Spicy Sow, that's General Sal's great-grandson, says probably the best show on television. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Severance.
But it's not even really on television now with the days of streamers. I know it's semantics, but...
If it's on your television, that means it's on television.
Fair enough.
Doug, you hate Severance, don't bother. That's from Doug Vaughn's Oil Boy.
I have a feeling I might.
I think you would like it.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Would Doug like Severance? Call in 314-974-0101, or you can text in 314-399-9646. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Doug, you know anything about the Callier and Thompson people? Because you got Caroline and you got Bob
Stratty, Caroline Beard. Yes, they both are owners. They've been there for more than 20 years apiece. Great people, and they run a business that's been around since the 1950s. They haven't been around since the 50s, but the business has. Callier and Thompson is a company that you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work they produce. Their values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. Might cost them a little extra time or in dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. You have your work done on your kitchen, bathroom, the basement, whatever. They do it all in the house. They also have a great paint department there. A lot of people think they can paint themselves, and I suppose you could, but it's not going to come out professional like the people that do it at Callier and Thompson. They've got all their own contractors right there in-house. So if you're going to redo your kitchen, for example, you're not going to have to go to 5 or 6 different places to make everything work. Callier and Thompson has it all right there. Their website has all kinds of 5-star reviews. Well, here's one from Patricia H. Hello, Patty Pat. She says, excellent quality workmanship and products. Environment was clean. The project done on time as promised. No question that things were done as Promise. That's how they work at Collier and Thompson. Check out their warehouse there on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
314-974-0101. That's the Collier and Thompson phone line number. And then you got the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. With this lack of show prep, it appears the men of TMA aren't much different than the lobotomized Severance employees themselves. That's from the 425. Doug, don't waste your time. Watch the entire Severance series, and it's weird AF. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Is it okay?
She wasn't happy with Martin for defending Ken Rosenthal to stay on his good side.
Right. I'm not watching now.
Okay. I think you'd like it.
Well, Sharon's been all over the country, staying in exotic locations.
Yeah, she knows.
From South Florida to Michigan in the summer and Scottsdale and San Diego for a while.
Yeah, take her word over mine.
I think she probably has a pretty good handle on
it. Doesn't hurt.
Well, they haven't been happy with us for a long time, but they were really not happy on the Louisiana postgame show following the Raging Cajuns loss. Doug, it sounds like there's a theme on these postgame shows. We'll have that audio for you on the other side of the break. Then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Is this that same darn show?
This is the White Lotus theme.
Doug, Sydney Sweeney celebrated her 28th birthday this weekend? Is that right?
I don't know how old she is.
She's got a new movie coming out this fall. She plays a boxer.
Boxer.
It's a biopic I got to pull up. I don't remember. It's Chrissy something.
Christy Martin, probably.
Christy Martin, that's it. Thank you, Doug. Thanks
See,
for
I
the
did some show prep.
Yeah, you did great.
Yeah, that's good. And you don't host Movie Boy. Gareth and Jackson do. So that's a little surprising.
I really liked the title of this weekend's episode.
So it was
Take a look at my podcast feed and see what we got going on.
I did a podcast about There Will Be Blood, and I titled it There Will Be Burke.
Oh. Doug's not as big of a fan as Kurt is based on.
There will be Burke.
Doug, we deep teased this Louisiana following the 52-10 defeat in Columbia post-game show.
Okay.
Chairman Kurt did an audio supercut. You like a supercut of audio?
I don't mind them.
All right, here it is. We got Gabe's post-game show. Now we got the Louisiana post-game show.
Okay.
Let's see if they were enjoying their time in Columbia.
Somebody said here, at what point do we give Sam Altman a chance to be in this offense in some capacity? And I'm at that point. I mean, if you got to get Altman on the field and see what he can do throwing the football, I'm down. Because as of right now, with Walker Howard going out, it's almost open tryouts at the quarterback position. Because I got to have somebody on this roster that can complete more than 5 yards passing against anybody in the country. Even if you play Ohio State, I expect us to have more than 5 yards passing. I mean, this is a D1 college football team. We're not watching D3, SLCC. That's pathetic.
Make some going forward. You got to drop your nuts and do that, bro. Like I hear that, but come on, man.
Look,
that's enough is enough.
I'm gonna just say, speaking of dropping nuts, the one bright spot out of all of this is we don't have to look at Cole's hole that he threatened to show us all if we beat Missouri. So we can all thank baby Jesus for that, brother.
They were in love with Probola, man, left and right. The kid was out of the game for like a quarter, and they're still talking about how much they love him, how great he was. I thought they were going to try to date him or something. Like, God bless.
Those SEC
over again. Oh, Probola, shut up.
They're going to win the Natty, according to the guys who are on the call today, and I appreciate that. I get that I get that it's going to be an SEC call, but holy shit, man, those guys were like over the top. Like you said, wanted to date the guy, and then Hardy.
Well, your team sucks. Have you ever heard of a team with 4 yards passing?
Well, Doug, Lunch Winfield, friend of the program.
I was worried about him. Anytime you got a guy named Lunch, I thought, oh, no, here comes Big Lunch Winfield.
Well, he completed 1 of 6 passes for minus 1 yard. So that didn't go well. And then Dan Beal was the other quarterback. I mean, what a tandem. Dan Beal and Lunch Winfield were the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And he completed 1 of 8 for 5 yards.
Wouldn't you think you could throw a little flare, a little screen pass to somebody at some point in the game and pick up a few yards, a handful of yards? 4 for an entire game?
You think Missouri was dialing up some of those exotic blitz packages?
Must have dialed up something. I mean, that's horrendous. I don't know. It's probably not a record. There's probably games where they didn't throw the ball at all.
Well, you have to think, you see Ahmad Hardy on the first couple drives, and you realize your team cannot tackle him. It's about 130 degrees on the field, probably 150 at the black logo in the middle of the field, and you're like, all right, any trick plays we have, we're going to keep those to play teams that are our level.
It was a really stark difference on the quality of athletics.
Yeah.
Quality of the athletes running around.
You probably remember this game, Doug. Back in 1943, North Carolina won 19-0 with -7 passing yards on the
really?
day.
How about that?
They abandoned the pass.
You got to go through Kurt if you want to date Bo. Get in line, bitches. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Chairman, did you catch up with Bo Pribula this past weekend?
No, I talked to him before the game. I said, you give me a half, I'll give you a half. So when Bo was done, I was done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That picture might look pretty sweet when he wins the Heisman.
Yep.
Bo Heisman is what you call him, Doug? Louisiana offered my 8-year-old a quarterback scholarship at halftime, but my 8-year-old politely declined. That's from Marsh's collage program.
Okay.
Marsh is not happy with the Vikings, by the way, Doug. That's his team, Skull.
Okay.
I mean, that was kind of a random play on the spread zone for me, but I took the Falcons. Why'd I take the Falcons and the 4.5? I'm not sold on that J.J. McCarthy. I don't know if we're all in the same fantasy football league.
Mm-hmm.
You're in it, the
Yes.
101 league? I didn't know if you declined like you did the baseball league.
Oh, I've faced that.
You're in this one?
Yeah.
Southside Seamen are open for business on Justin Jefferson. That's all I'm
are you
saying.
really?
No further comment.
Oh, I'll buy low. I love
Southside
the trade.
Seamen with by far the best team in the league, as always.
Oh, I don't know. These prime ministers are snootful.
We are offering Justin Jefferson up. So if anybody come watch this, come and knock on my door.
I went heavy on Bengals wide receivers, and that's
going to be a problem. Joe Burrow is now out for 3 months with a turf toe injury. Doug.
Jake Browning. It's Browning season.
Yeah. It means it's 2026 season in Cincinnati is what it means. Let's turn our attention to next year. They got a problem there. That thing was shaping up to look like a little bit of a dynasty, and the Rammies got him at SoFi, and I don't know if it'll ever happen.
Yeah, because now they're going to have to start paying everybody.
That's right. I mean, Joe Burr is out, and that'll wrap that whole thing up.
Well, we'll see.
It'll be the Colts and Eagles playing for the Super Bowl? Henshin will be down there.
I wouldn't count on Buffalo.
You're going to have to go through the doo-doo, man.
Do you want to go up against the doo-doo, man?
Yeah, I think Josh Allen could do that probably pretty well.
Oh, yikes.
Packers look pretty good.
So, Colts and Packers?
Well, I don't think the Colts are going to get in. No.
Doo-doo man.
I think stop saying doo-doo man. Yeah. The Bills are going to get in. It's the Bills
and Packers.
It's the Bills year.
Bills Packers would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, maybe
Will St. Louis adopt Indianapolis since Indianapolis is closer to St.
No,
Louis
we're not
than
adopting
Kansas
anybody.
City?
No.
I'm thinking about becoming a closet Bears fan, though.
And that's because the St. Louis area is including Illinois?
Yeah, I don't know. I got it's up there the last couple weekends. You know, I can feel the pain.
Boy, 2 straight weekends in Chicago, Doug, and now adopting the Bears. What do you think about the Cubs in the playoffs?
No, I says
all right.
Strictly would be football, and it would be a silent fandom. You know, I wouldn't buy any gear, would be going to any games, but kind of silently rooting for the Bears.
You like a team that always loses?
I like an underdog. Also, just absolutely gorgeous uniforms. Up and down.
They do have good uniforms.
They're outstanding. The striped socks, every time. It's great.
Doug, you're right. Cody, he's been an awesome addition at Gabe's postgame show. He's articulate and cute. That's from TMA Reddit Insider.
I've never said that. I've never really listened to the postgame show. I hear clips on it here, but that's about all I hear.
I got one more clip for you.
Take a listen.
Okay.
This is them talking about voicemails in general.
That comment start, I want to hit those before we get to the voicemails and everybody asking us to undress and whatever they're telling us about the food they're eating in the bathroom and whatever the voicemails are going to bring today.
It's hot enough. I don't know. We might get close to taking our shirts. At least I've got a button undone. I don't know if that's
now. Look,
getting hot.
Our show can destroy other shows.
It ruined that one.
Our show can destroy other shows by the mere presence of
does that mean
our
we're
existence. It can destroy other shows.
We're like
it's
a cancer eating other cells.
It really elevates that drive home to St. Louis from Columbia on Saturday afternoons or evenings, though.
Does it?
Oh, my goodness. I left so early, though. I got home before the post-game show started.
It's not on the radio anywhere. It's just a podcast, though, right?
On YouTube.
Okay.
Support your guest, Doug. Listen to the post-game show. That's from Jackson's Boy Body.
Okay.
There's a lot of games to listen to the post-game show for. The Louisiana one was benign. All
right.
Everything you saw out there was what you saw.
Gabe's like, there's only 450 people in the YouTube chat. We kind of didn't think this would be a big one.
I mean, it's like...
Can't wait for the St. Louis Chiefs bandwagon to clear faster than a Bonnie Blue invite. Nasty. We are Colts country. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
We're not Colt country.
I saw it's the first time in history that the runner-up in the Super Bowl and the college football national championship game have both started 0-2.
Oh.
Really?
Fun facts for no and tell.
That's good knowledge.
Okay. Well, what can we do with that information?
I report, you decide.
Okay.
Closet Bears fan. That's from the Forest Park Tree Mulch Monster?
There's some ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it.
Yeah, me too.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That's coming up in about 25 minutes here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can watch the show and then talk it over with other TMA listeners. And that's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Men, have you or your family seen a change and you're not quite yourself anymore? Struggling to focus? No energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or it could be work stress. It could be the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local St. Louis healthcare provider, and you can go in there and get your testosterone levels tested. I have done that. I was in and out within 20 minutes. Super easy. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and check out Mentality. That's at mentalityhealth.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into today with Martin and onboarding. Little Jackie Papers back from a vacation to Chicago, where he has been the last 2 weekends, and just announced he's become a closet Bears fan.
This is disappointing.
There's a lot going on here. You like the Blackhawks?
No, that's my disinterest in hockey remains robust.
No.
Mm-hmm. So all good there, and the Bulls could make an argument for the most disappointing team in the 21st century across all sports franchises.
Wow.
I
That's
really,
a take.
I really do think that. And so I'm out there. But Bears, I could be kind of, silent, root for, I don't know.
What is there to like about the Bears?
A lot of wide receivers.
Uniforms, Luther Burden III. Well,
he's not real active.
But he'll get there.
I don't think he's going to get there.
We'll see.
Okay.
Time will tell. But, it's fun to root for an underdog. I kind of want to have a little bit of rooting interest in the NFL. Otherwise, I really...
You like Cale Makar at tight end?
Yeah, Cale Makar, DBA Cole Kmet, and then Loveland from Michigan. They got some weapons. Ben Johnson. I don't know.
Stop it. They're a lousy team. They're always a lousy team.
This guy goes up to Chicago for a couple weekends. And look at him.
I'll tell you what, though. That Chicago-style pizza, not the deep dish. They call it tavern style.
Do you like that term, tavern?
I don't care
It's
for
very
it.
similar to Emo's or like St. Louis style, where it's like a big round pizza they cut in squares, except it doesn't have cracker crust. It has like a thicker crust, doesn't have like the good sweet sauce, and doesn't have like the Provel cheese. Pales in comparison to St. Louis style.
How about this? There was an endorsement to win the people back over.
Yeah.
Both deep dish and that tavern style doesn't hold a candle to St. Louis style, in my opinion.
So let me get this straight. This guy likes golfing in the Smoky Mountains, sleeping in tents with other guys, and the NBA. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
2 of those 3. I don't like sleeping outside, ever. No go for me. But yeah, I like hanging out with my friends.
When was the last time you slept outside?
Probably spring 2017.
Yeah, it was 2017.
Well, what were you doing then?
It was a camping trip.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry you had to go.
Yeah, it stunk.
Hi, Jackson.
What's up?
I'm a Bears fan here. Just don't. You can't put yourself through it. It's from Yasiel the Boy Puig.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Again,
not
this
endorsing
is
it.
very a passive fandom, Just, the Bears are on. I hope they win.
Jackson is 100% moving to Chicago, isn't he? You're not fooling nobody. That's from Big Tuft. People are on to the fact that you are leaving the show and moving to Chicago. Would you like to announce it now?
No, I'm not leaving anywhere. I just signed another lease in my apartment.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah. Planted. Firmly.
When did you sign this lease?
Just in the last few days.
Okay, so you could get out of it in a year.
Yeah, do you have a Chicago out clause?
If I move to the greater Chicago area, I get all my money back. Very lucrative rent deal I have.
All right.
No, I'm not going anywhere. I love St. Louis.
Abandon our
I love
city.
St. Louis. We don't have an NFL team. I'm not actually like going to start rooting for the Bears and like wearing Bears gear and like breaking it down. I'm just passive fandom.
Okay.
Piddles, they're making fun of you. Cale Makar is the future Hall of Fame defenseman.
Thank you.
Sharon explained.
Joke sales over here. It's okay. That one needed some context. I once said that I messed up and said Cole Kmet, the tight end for the Bears, was Cale Makar, Avs defenseman. And so ever since then, the two have been synonymous.
Sure,
both great athletes.
Yes,
and
nobody can dispute that.
Tip our cap to both of them. But yeah, that was my bad. Is Cale Makar American or Canadian? Canadian. Canadian. It's got to be Canadian.
Yeah.
You know, I was out. I think I was telling you boys. We were talking about it off air. The Blues had this team building event on Friday, and all the boys were there. It was at a golf course, Doug. And I was there, and we were sitting there at the little like halfway house, wonderful barbecue, by the way. And me and my compadres were just sitting there hanging out, and they came by and they were playing teams of two. So for the most part, it was foursomes minus one last group. Anyway, I was thinking to myself, I wonder how many of these guys who come walking up to grab themselves some barbecue or a libation could Jackson identify as they just walked past. And I was certain you could on Robert Thomas.
For sure.
And I was certain you could on Jordan Binnington.
For sure.
And then I wasn't certain.
Colton Parayko.
You think you could?
For sure. He's so tall and blonde.
Put that off.
No, I didn't mean it. I wasn't like, I was like.
The audio off.
That wasn't like, ooh la la. I just know he's tall and blonde.
Let the audio speak for itself.
I just know he's tall and blonde. I'm not unlike myself. So he's a lot taller than me, but Colton Parayko for sure. Then it gets tough. Then Shen, maybe, but I don't know. Not positive there.
What about number 25?
Jordan Kyrou for sure. Kyrou I could get for sure. Kyrou I could get. After that, touch and go. And you could blame that on me. You could blame it on the helmets. I don't know.
Harrison's brother Master has set the over/under at 3.5.
Well, we named for sure Binnington, for sure Thomas, for sure Parayko, and for sure Kyrou. After
Sundqvist?
that, 4. Sonny I could get. I know Oscar Sundqvist. Yeah.
All right. So look at you.
Okay. I could get
Peter
there.
Puck's back.
After that, though, I don't know. Jake Neighbors, don't know you.
Clip that off.
I know you, but I don't.
He's got a car shield
Yeah, what about the
commercial.
car shield spots?
Right? Give me some time. Got to let those marinate.
Well, they've been on for a year or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Missed those.
Okay.
We'll see, though. I will see.
Well.
Oh, my. Jackson thinks Colton's a tall one. That's from Shooter McGavin.
I don't think. I mean, that's just like he's objectively tall. Is he not 6'7" or something?
Let's see what he's listed at.
He's like 6'5", 6'6".
He could get Falk faux show. Falk was not out there.
Don't know.
At least I didn't. I shouldn't say that. I didn't see him, but I talked to Robert Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing really well, Doug. We're both we're the same index, and I said, "So, what are you shooting today here?" And they had 2 holes left. He goes, "Oh, I'm 2 over." I'm like, "Oh,
pretty good."
It's probably going to clip where I finished.
Yeah.
I shot 7 over. So if we do a little heads up, now I know.
Right.
Maybe not to play him at his home track.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they had 2 mans going on. I think he was with Doug. Did you call him Tuxie?
I didn't call him Tuxie, no.
Is that Tyler Tucker?
Look at this guy. Peter Puck's back.
Man.
I can get first names. What they look like.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
Over-under would have been 6.5. That was the number I would have set.
Under on that.
You would have gone under? 5.5's the sweet spot?
Because, like, someone just said Justin Falk. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I know who he is, but what he looks like. Dark hair? Long dark hair, right? Long dark hair?
Not long. No, not really long.
Well, Ryan O'Reilly had red hair.
He's mustached.
Red? You thought Ryan O'Reilly had red hair?
Reddish.
He dug in on this on Balloon Party, and all hell broke loose.
Like reddish.
In the text inbox.
It was like reddish.
Jeremy
I don't think he had
Rutherford
red hair
even
at
started
all.
texting me right away going, what in the hell's he talking about?
Hey,
It's
listen.
offensive. Honestly, because you go, if they got an O or a Mick, they're automatically redheaded.
No, I know. It's wrong of me. But I don't mean to be like an excuse guy because I'm not. I take adversity head on. A little bit colorblind, so you know what? Red can be tough for me. I don't talk about my plight that often, but it's a real thing I deal with. It's a real thing I deal with. Again, don't want to make excuses. My plight's secondary. Doug, look at all this plate.
Well,
roll them up.
Call up a picture of O'Reilly and tell me he had red hair.
He does.
There's a picture where it's like a little reddish. Just like there is like 1 or 2 pictures of Eric Trump that looks just like me. It's just like it's one of these things that happens.
Okay.
It's just like one photo that looks like
And that's the one you saw. So.
Right.
You think he's a redhead. Okay.
Justin Falk looks like everybody who wears cowboy boots and has a lifted truck at the Lincoln County Fair. That's from the 636. Does that help you out?
Doesn't narrow it down necessarily.
Doug, Jackson's right. Ryan O'Reilly looks just like Carrot Top, the delightful comedian.
I see a tinge, like a little, just like a sprinkling, you know.
You can email in on Ryan O'Reilly, the redhead, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct is online at universalwindowsdirect.com. And now that we are in the month of September, kids are back in school, vacations are winding down. It's time to refocus on the house and talk it over with the people at Universal Windows Direct. This September, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Don't wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. It's Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows purchased. $500 of your entire home improvement project when you schedule now. Pay 0% interest over 3 years. It's Universal Windows Direct. Give them a call at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Doug, check out this Oakland funk.
Okay. Well, what makes this Oakland funk?
Jackson,
because the guy was from Oakland?
I'm not sure on that. This is the theme from the show The Studio, which also won a lot last night.
Seth Rogen.
The great Seth Rogen.
I got to watch that. I got to commit
You would
to
love
that.
it.
My wife doesn't really enjoy it, so we've kind of bailed on it. I just need to make that a solo mission.
I think you really like it. I think it's great.
All right, Doug.
For the life of me, I don't know how you have enough hours in the day
He's a
to
single
watch
man.
all of these TV shows and all of these movies.
Children.
I actually hadn't seen most of what was being nominated or talked about last night, but what I have seen is stuff that's like won a decent amount. Studio, Shrinking,
Severance.
The Bear, Severance, White Lotus. Outside of that,
Even
Last
all
of Us,
that,
I guess.
how do you have
6.
time for that?
Well, it's like 1 hour a week.
Did Shrinking pull some awards in?
I don't think so.
You got to check out that Shrinking, Doug.
Well, don't tell me what to check out. I'm watching games.
You're watching
Hard
ball.
Scrabble.
You said you were going to, rotate your tires tonight when I asked you to come by and watch the Cardinals and Reds.
Well, that was more or less an excuse.
These are two teams fighting for a playoff spot. One of these teams is going to get closer to a playoff spot tonight.
Maybe. Maybe so.
Cardinals could be sitting 3 games away from a playoff spot.
I know.
And there you are, not watching.
Oh, I'll be watching that one.
Yeah.
While I rotate the tires.
Sure.
Go to Chicago, Powder! That's from Martin's Wildcat agenda.
I was just there. I'm back home now, though.
You're going to Columbia this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
And you got the VIP bottle service at my house on Saturday night following the game.
Oh, man. I don't know if I would ever do that again. I used to do that a lot in college, and not for me anymore.
But now you're kind of a big wheel.
Yeah, that resonates really well in that mass of humanity.
Yeah.
Like when you tell someone, hey, I'm the morning show producer on 101 ESPN.
I'm sure a lot of the college girls are listening to that, too.
Oh, my God. How many takes are you giving? It's like,
Maybe you could just stroll in there and throw your shoulders back and start delivering hot takes.
Yeah, like do a live broadcast from there. Yeah, that would go well. Yeah, no thank you. So probably not my house. But it should be a lovely evening.
Well, where would you go instead?
Yeah, where are you going to go?
Oh, so many. In Columbia, so many places to hang
My
out.
wife and my 8-year-old boy meet you for a cocktail. Take the edge off.
Sounds great.
Where are we going?
I really like the back patio area at Logboat Brewing. Really great area.
No, where the hell is that?
Oh, it's
in Chicago.
North side of the
north side of Chicago.
No,
Wrigleyville.
Yeah, it's in Lincoln Park. No, it's right there in Columbia.
Okay.
It's a cool little spot.
I'll be darned.
Like going there.
Okay.
Bunch of Big 12 kind of would be like the most downtown kind of college bar that I would want to go to. Something like Big 12. Probably not Harpo's. Probably not Willie's. Definitely not my house.
It figures commie papers would love Chicago. That's from Colonel, and Doug, his last name is Angus.
I don't know where this narrative is that like I'm now Team Chicago. I was not even really in Chicago.
You were in Chicago this past weekend.
Not really. It was in Geneva.
I mean, it's such a straightforward yes or no, and I can't get a straightforward yes or no.
It's because they
calls it into question.
Everywhere is called Chicago up in that like northeast
The Chicagoland area.
Yes, I was in the Chicagoland area.
Were you in the Chicagoland area the previous weekend?
I was in
Did you just
downtown
adopt
Chicago.
the Chicago Bears, but silently on this very program, a station that loves the Kansas City Chiefs and their owner who voted to move our football team away?
Yeah, I guess if I was going to be a silent fan, I shouldn't have said it out loud on the broadcast. But yes, all of that is true, Tim.
All right. I got no further questions, Your Honor.
And you have another trip planned to Chicago soon.
No more trips to Chicago. Once it gets cold there, I'm out.
Yeah. Well, that'll be pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure. Although it's still hot now.
It wasn't really Chicago. Ugh, spoken like a true Chicago person. Gross. That's from Brian Henshin, who's covered in a doo-doo man.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like an hour and 10 minutes. Like a buddy of ours came down for the golf tournament. He has to take an hour and 10-minute train ride to get to where we're at. So it doesn't really feel like we're right in the heart of Chicago.
We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and also the Stifel Charity Classic, wrapped up a couple weeks ago with a big success. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals Reds this evening, 6:40 p.m. first pitch with Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, do you want it or not? It's up to you.
The email?
Yeah, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Of course. I want that.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Ow! Hey, guys. I'm sorry for my performance Saturday, but Mizzou is tough. We did cover the total points scored at 9.5. You're welcome. That's from Dan Beadle.
Dan Beadle.
Quarterback, along with Lunch Winfield at Louisiana Doug, and they threw for a combined 4 yards.
Yeah, it's incredible that could even happen in today's game.
Well, with the game being low scoring and tight, they wanted to grind some clock on the ground.
It wasn't low scoring. It wasn't tight. They just can't throw the pig.
Hey, gents, love the part of today's... Look, I just got to read what's in the prompter. I mean, if you're going to send it in, I'm going to read it.
Sure, you should, yeah.
Hey, gents, comma. Loved the part of today's when Doug created a Mr. Ed and Design Air Heating and Cooling crossover during a live ad read. I think that might have some legs to it if you can reallocate the budget to Real Housewives of TMA. Anyway, miss seeing you all at Green Tree Festival this weekend. I suppose the remote was canceled due to Jackson tent canoodling with Gareth. Burnt ends and Gomer this weekend. Kate, thanks, bye. That's from the Kirkwood Frontenac Bi-City area layman.
I was there Saturday.
Were you? I went to the parade.
Oh, I didn't go to the parade. I went to the Kirkwood Park portion of it. Kirkwood Frontenac, who?
Bi-City area.
Bi-City area, who? Layman. Okay, not a great email. Never mind.
The saying, honesty is the best policy, is often attributed to Benjamin Franklin. But the phrase was actually first written by Sir Edwin Sandys in 1599. Franklin, however, popularized the concept and used similar phrasing in his writings in the 18th century, including, of course, Poor Richard's Almanac, spelled with a K in this case. And my honest opinion is Tim is astonishing. But this email is about never giving up on your dreams. For years, I'm sitting there emailing into a show trying to get a man's attention that barely knows I'm alive. And then a simple pit stop to the Circle of Knowledge in Sunset Hills Lavatory changed everything. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. Khaki smoke shows are beautiful lovers. Khaki smoke shows, they understand. I've been around some, and I've discovered that khaki smoke shows know just how to please a man. That's from Shock, and then the last name is Hudson.
Shock Hudson.
Is it just my computer? Or did he write that with disappearing ink?
Yeah, there was disappearing ink toward the end of it.
Yeah, like it was so secretive, so naughty.
I think it's time for me to admit I might be single forever. But you know what? That's okay. Give me a 1950s black and white women in prison movie, a jar of crunchy peanut butter and a spoon, and I'm just fine. Doug, that's from Midge.
Hell yeah.
Odd.
My kind
Midge
of
is an
gal.
odd person. Midge might win the email, though.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where fans of the popular Street Bridge who share Doug's last name and may or may not be Tucker, feel free to drop in at any time and interrupt our line of questioning to determine which of Libby, Jack, Virgin, Man Bun, Film Bitch's friends participated in the glory hole that was apparently relocated inside when no one remembered to bring a tent. And ask the tough questions about delay of game penalties caused by poorly policed defensive substitutions. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say I'm a PTA fanboy, you will agree. The latest movie boy, so titled There Will Be Burke, was a masterclass in ADD solo podcasting as Film Bitch spent minimal time talking about Paul Thomas Anderson's 2007 joint There Will Be Blood, instead opting to spend most of the podcast just repeatedly naming all the movies from Paul Thomas Anderson and the Coen brothers collective filmography like he was Larry Nickel ranking countries.
Not untrue.
What this sode lacks in any kind of coherent analysis on the greater themes of unchecked capitalism and the role corrupt religious leaders play in mollifying the concerns of the general public, it more than makes up for by Daniel Pale Lewis reenacting one Daniel Plainview banger line after another. From now on, when Libby Jack fills in for email of the day, I'm just going to compose an entire email of lines like, "Give me blood, Lord," and "Why don't I own this?" Again, I'm enjoying the show. That's from Buck Swope DBA, the Recessed Lady's Breast. And Doug, that's what we have for the design here.
Swope. Well, Buck Swope put the most work into it, but it was a little wordy, a little long, a little lengthy. I'm going to go with the straight to the facts, Midge. I'm going to vote for Midge.
I agree with Doug. I was going to go Midge.
Give me Swope.
Midge has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to go. Bye.